Okay, they can hear me, so hello chat, we're live. Discord capture, there we go. And I forgot to launch the two programs again.
Mhm.
Launching, mix it up now, and the other one. Okay, chat cannot hear, if you're watching my stream tonight, chat cannot hear the Eris stream.
So, who do you
Oh
think is
yeah,
the...
I added a new chair thing. Okay, so where do I think that goes boss fight-wise?
Yeah.
Oh, but it's on Garon's boat?
No,
Oh,
this is one.
that's...
Yeah, this is
Hmm?
his boat. This is I guess one of his boats because this is the shop. We're gonna leave his boat, go to a different boat. That's gonna be the boss
Oh,
boat.
that's so cool though.
Yeah, let's use boat. I could tour his boat while you think.
Yeah, let me see the boat. Um, it's gonna be like what, a Greek or Roman?
It's Greek. It's Greek.
Greek. Hmm. I am half tempted to just straight up say Odysseus.
It's gonna fight Odysseus. That'd be pretty funny.
That's
Because
like
it's like I don't
that's
know who
definitely my
else.
yeah. It's definitely my first
Oh,
guess.
that wasn't the okay. That wasn't the end. That was the mid boss. But you can still speculate. Oh, I thought that was gonna be an issue, and it actually is. I do want to up my ult for. Because I have both burn and freeze at the same time, the freeze do not work, as far as I can tell. Yes. I should have. Piece of wood.
Uh, Eris has found the teleporting cup, but also not found it at the same time.
Uh-huh.
It's been gaslighting him for like 5 minutes. Okay, so Odysseus is like one of the only really big Greek pirates.
He's on our side though. He sits in the.
So is Hec. So is Hecate. Hecate. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, golden apple.
Oh, hang on. Golden apple.
Mm.
Hmm.
Who's the golden apple person? Because there definitely is
Oh,
like
yes. No. It's the apple is a thing. It's supposed to be what
Oh
the
yeah,
apple of it's not. Is it discourse? Discord.
Discord.
Discourse.
Discord. I don't mean we'll have
Well,
to
because
see who it
discord is
is.
the idea of chaos, right? So
Oh, it's just heckin' Ares, or is there? Yeah, Ares is her name. Yeah.
strife incarnate. Oh, that makes sense as to why it would be the apple then.
Gotta fight her.
Yeah, because the idea of Discord is to sow chaos between each other, right, or whatever. What's
Yeah.
the actual definition of Discord again? This disagreement between people. Yeah, so the apple makes sense, but also it's weird that she is like the end of a pirate level. But I guess you're on the beach now.
On the beach now. Yeah. I should have done next to her.
Whoa.
I really like that one. It gives you iframes. It gives you damage. Like, whoa.
A lot of explosions there, though.
Well, yeah, she's got the gun or a gun anyway. Whoop. Didn't hit me somehow. Oh, damn it. He's got invisible. Oh, is she gonna hurt? Oh, okay. On jumps. Oh, come on. I can't see what effect she got. I got an apple. That hurt. Holy paw.
Ooh, winter.
We ascending the mountain. I have magic problems, so.
Fine. Oh yeah, very much just chilling today. This Mexican over on the far right. Well, that's Eris' stream. Which was nice. It's good to see these things. And it's good that the game is as well as it is too. There's some minor annoying little bugs, but they're slowly being patched over time. I am tempted to play around in Megathon. Since we have like an hour before Poe gets here. But today is very much a just chatting stream game. I'll have to try one of them. And Sammy wanted to play around the Hades before she streams. Do I need to go through the icons tonight, or are you not going to do it right now?
You want me to do them today?
If you want to do them today.
Sure.
Okay. Go and reopen. Certain icons don't have to change. I can just set them to be the same icon.
Yeah.
But if it's something like super obvious, like one chair turns into a completely different chair.
Is the brown chair in there in your stuff?
Chair question mark?
Yeah, there's the brown chair that one of the chairs turns into.
Oh, the little wooden one?
Yeah.
No, the item swaps aren't set up yet. It's when there's an extra item.
I see.
It'll swap to focus more on the extra item instead of the less one. Oh, what is this? Phone lurking in chat. My chat numbers went up for a second and it's scared.
No.
Okay, so we need other items. You also didn't like the way the treehouse was. And you wanted a different, like, view on it or something?
Yeah.
Was that you wanted it, like what angle did you want that then?
What I wanted. Um, the honestly, if you like look at it from like an angle, that's probably good enough.
I see.
Yeah.
If I go in and I haunt this thing, and I just play, can I hear this thing being haunted properly? I need to test, because normally it doesn't. Oh yeah, what did you think of the new reticle system?
Yeah, I mean, it's just simple, works.
It's surprisingly not simple.
Oh.
So, I went through extra effort. Sorry, I was listening to see if I could hear the crying when I can't for some reason. Um, the way it works is your reticle will never show up until you look at something for the first time. The first time you look at something, however, it finds the thing you looked at and where that is on the screen, and then it puts it on. From then on, what happens is it either will you'll either always be able to see it. Oh. Oh wait, yeah, maybe.
With that. Oh, Safina.
So either you don't see anything on, like, you know how when I showed you the debug, there was that little line trace?
Mm-hmm.
Either that line trace hits nothing, and the reticle stays where it was, or the line trace hits something new, and it draws the reticle there instead. So it shifts ever so slightly to be near the things you're looking at.
I see. So it's like auto aim?
Kind of. It's like it puts the reticle in an auto aim sense. Okay, in the construction script, what I should do is set the sound to be whatever our sound to play is. And that's it in the construction script. Maybe that'll fix this? Because he really should be crying. But I want him to be crying because he's supposed to cry. It's supposed to freak people out when they suddenly hear crying and they're not paying attention. Oh, is he running going?
I am 9 HP, try not to die.
Thank you. I'll consider it. No. This better not be. If it is, then that's what's broken, I guess.
I'm definitely taking the slow Roy up, but I'm also hoping that I get something that heals me.
Oh, you know why it's not playing the cry? Hmm. Even if it's not, oh, it should be crying. Shush. Oh, I need a tutorial. I have all people don't use a tutorial. Why is it not working?
You can't tell me to not go to Karen's shop. I need to heal. Have healing for me, please. Okay, that's healing.
Hmm.
It's a cardboard cutout because he can't get up here because there's no rivers.
Oh, hang on, let me see this. Oh, I see. That's pretty funny.
I'm healing though.
Oh, you're in Mount Olympus. I see.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think my stuff is going to be as based in Greek mythology as it would in like Norse.
Yeah, probably not.
Because I like a lot more Norse mythology than I do like Greek mythology.
Uh,
You know, like having Jotunheim and Elfheim.
mhm. Oh, I should have. Anyway. Well, half HP. Let's go. It's a wing. Are we fighting? Who is this?
Oh. Oh.
Premonition.
Yeah. That's
Prometheus.
Prometheus. I'm like,
Oh, I get it. He's got the eagle that eats his god.
I
Or
see.
whatever. Was that him?
That's the
No, I wasn't him. That was a mortal person.
Prometheus god. Titan god of fire, the creator or champion of humankind. Known for his name Forethinker, he famously stole from the gods to give to mortals, enabling civilization and the arts. Oh yeah, no, you were correct. His the liver
Oh,
of
he's the unique.
eagle.
Okay.
Yeah, he gets his liver eaten by an eagle every day. That was Zeus's punishment for him.
Oh yeah. Oh, the eagle hearts.
Birds. Birds of prey.
Oh, scary. Oh, also, I see.
Does it have the actual eagle cry or like the fake eagle cry?
It's a raptor. So honestly, if it's supposed to be a raptor, then it's fine.
See? Ah, it's the fake or whatever.
It's the bald eagle. It doesn't sound like that. Yeah.
Uh-huh. It's really
Ah.
not playing my crying audio for some reason.
Ow. What is this?
Mm,
Oh, I was dumb. Let me come out here.
I didn't know what the red lines were for.
What is this? Oh, I see it.
You attacking me?
Hmm?
You attack-
Oh no, I know. Oh, dodge. No, he's a very area control based owl.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, he missed it. He healed me. Ow. Ow. I'm probably not gonna beat him this time around. It's like took a lot of questionable items being like, let's just get them out of the way. Ah, it's right down the middle. Oh, okay. Middle, down, middle, Up. Middle. Missed. Oh.
Man, Greek gods really are on the nose with stuff, huh?
I hear the eagle sound and I don't like it. Better just run around like a coward. Okay, so the enemies he summons are not permanent.
What's it, the frog?
He's my frog. Ah, he's my frog. Don't have it, don't have it. You can't. He shoots sometimes when I do certain moves. Or something like that. Oh!
Careful.
Ah! Why does it slow-mo every time he runs up to me?
Because it's giving you the chance to dodge.
I guess. Oh, the eagle got me.
When he does that, if you watch him in the slow-mo, he's doing like a high kick to you, so it's trying
Okay,
to
no,
tell
he's
you
about to
dodge.
hit me, but like...
I know, I'm trying to explain that it's slowing time down to show that he is trying to high kick you to give you time to die. It's not just the fact that they're giving you time to die, it's that it's the way he's attacking you. They need to slow time to show that he's not just like, you're not just dodging the moment he high kicks you.
I don't know, a lot of other enemies kind of just do that.
He has like a high kick animation where it's like just goes up to your head.
Is he?
It's different.
Is it?
Yes. I'm really upset that this isn't playing for some reason.
No, no, it's the same gun.
Nor should you be. Hey, since you're here, why not lend me your voice for old time's sake? Let go your burdens for a bit. Not like they're going anywhere. That's it.
This really should cause the crying to start.
slain. If but to complicate his schemes a little while, till we can put a stop to him for good. Yes, my father's throne shall be restored.
Hail to you, Witch of the Crossroads.
Eris stands against us. Just as I neared my destination on the surface, she was there. Let the Admiral do much of the talking.
Imagine my surprise. So what to do? Can't kick her out since all children of Nyx are welcome here. Whose ever bright idea that was. Maybe give her some more second chances?
You've made your point. Odysseus out checking on reports. Some wheat.
$53. Oh, hey, Selene herself?
It pains me to see you, Hydrate. I have observed the stalemate upon Olympus holds, although the Titan Corpus musters forces in a fierce still. Shall I continue monitoring them?
Yes, Selene, do. Blasted if fear is the closest exit out of here. Do you suppose they are prepared for a single assailant to weave through their ranks?
The Titan's forces are somewhat in disarray. Thus, no, I do not think they are sufficiently prepared for one of us. But I shall watch and make certain of it. For now I must be off. Together we shine.
Farewell. Together we shine.
Oh. That would explain a lot.
Dark of chaos, light of moon.
My audio wasn't working for a while. I'm trying to figure out why. I think it's related to how audio class systems are set up.
Mhm.
And the fact that the master class never knew that the other audios existed.
Noted.
Mode?
Become what I seek. Bubble away. The Arcana. I finally understand. Remnants of the past. Insights.
I mean, I just need a lot of ash apparently, so I'm just gonna dump all my bow and ash. What are you?
Dust.
45?
Denied.
fine.
The unseen.
You're gonna drive me insane.
Don't think I can do this.
Why is it not working?
Improved. The Huntress. The other side. Much more than just this staff bathing in there. At last. Cassynth, the black coat. Envelop me in darkness that our foes cannot escape.
Got a shade come all the way from Mount Olympus here. I sense a great weight bearing down on you, young one. Not quite as bad as what old Atlas got, but still.
What do you advise is my next move, Commander? To pursue our enemy in the underworld? Or come to the aid of Olympus?
Well, not to be all greedy here, but I say go wherever you can get the stuff you need the most right now. We got some stuff down here they don't got up there, and so on, right?
I suppose.
That well-worn storage case by now contains tokens of gratitude from many gods and more. A perpetual reminder that the princes of the dead shall never fight alone.
You're always with me. I now can remember a keepsake to start with each night.
That's no mere trinket, huh?
The antler.
Also, you're done your run, I thought.
I know, I'm doing the cleanup.
Will this truly come to pass? What do I need?
Only enough for 20.
Oh. I guess I'll know when things are thrown, so I mean.
Okay. Did you send the pictures of the things you wanted somewhere?
Wait, you do?
Huh?
I was breaking my game so I could test it out. Oh, I haven't sent them yet. I'll do it now. You can see my screen?
Yeah.
What do you want, like this more?
No, I wanted more angle. You just move to the right. Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
It only has to be the trio, so you don't have to do the weird side rail thing. Half floating. There's that one. And there's two more.
Well, you can take those. I'm gonna go shower.
Pizza. On the plate.
Then that was an extra tall burger. I was gonna be like, you already have a burger.
Yeah, but okay, so A, this is extra tall burger. B, this one's actually supposed to go on top of the plate that you drew already.
I see.
Yeah.
Do you want me to put it on the plate, or do you want to just put it on the
Yeah.
plate yourself?
I would like you to put it on the plate.
I see.
I don't have space for like 5 extra images in all this. I can maybe do it if you really want me to, but it's...
I don't remember what the angle I drew the plate at, so we'll see.
I can also take a photo of it on the plate, but I will
That
wait
would
till
be
you're
the
back from
best.
that.
That would be the easiest.
Okay, well, I want to set this crying thing, so I'll wait till you're back from the shower.
Okay.
Decoration. Control, play. Okay. Play sound. Sound. Valid time. You're an invalidate. How badly is this gonna break now though? Because it's like whenever I walk away, when it stops playing the audio, it's an attenuation, so okay, so this is clearly an issue on the attenuation setting. So until then we do a photo of the ones that's thoughts. Locks away Uni5. Open the sound, go to the sound tab, activate virtualize when silent. Go for the Whisper one too. Oh, that maybe the Whisper one doesn't happen because people never technically get far enough away unless they're recording it. Oh. Yeah, that works. So now I need to do the same thing with this one. Virtualization, play when silent, and whispers. Virtualization, play when silent. Silent. Right.
Hello.
Hello. I have sent the pictures and fixed my audio issue.
Wow.
I'm the best programmer ever. Hmm?
You really like rocket between I am the greatest man on earth to my life is a waste.
Uh-huh. Welcome to dating a developer.
Uh-huh.
This is how we work.
Uh-huh.
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 I've been very open about this.
Uh-huh.
What?
Yeah, what do you want me to do when you're sad then, huh?
Comfort.
Ugh.
What?
What?
What? Why what? What's the main thing then?
Too many mood swings.
Too many what?
Mood swings.
I see.
Yeah. This is
Well, it's like you gotta learn to tell when it's like programmer sad versus like actual sad.
uh-huh. Wing.
Hmm?
Wing.
Anyway.
I win.
Why?
Wing.
Why?
The weird angle you said.
You want a better one?
No, I'll just rotate it.
I'm like, I'm sure you could manually fix up something.
What do they want?
And you gotta tell me you want a better angle and tell me exactly what angle you want it at. Oh, that's what I need to do.
Hmm?
Let me set a reminder for like, I guess Friday is not a bad day.
What for what?
I have to retake all the screenshots
Oh.
for the store page because the store page has like really old assets.
Bro. Yeah, it has pre even the border thing, right?
It not only has pre-border thing, it has like pre-check mark
Wow.
or pre-haunting screen.
Whoops.
Yeah, they're old.
Yeah, I gotta remove the heck of the Planet of the Bumblebee off my playlist. Get out of here.
What's that? Is that the can?
I have no idea what you were singing. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's can. There it is. I was like, I thought a really weird. Hmm? What's up?
I think you just had to get the bass section to recognize it.
Yeah, I was like, I was at a really weird part of it, so my brain wasn't putting together that it was indeed the can still. And I was just like, what is that I'm going through in my head right there? Because it doesn't sound like the can, but it is the can for sure. So I was like,
We just weren't at the famous part yet.
yeah, I was like, is it though? Yeah, it really threw me through a loop. But it was the can. I was not wrong. Okay, so I learned how I got to learn how sounds work today.
Oh.
There's like a whole series of attenuation settings that I had to go through for all the audio in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, like, when you get further away, you hear it quieter. That's what that's called. That's called attenuation, apparently.
The same as the Discord setting I see.
Uh-huh. Oh, there's those two boards that are, like, sticking out of the treehouse, by the way. You don't have to do those. You can imagine they don't
These
exist.
two?
Yeah. That and, like, the bottom bar. You can probably imagine
you don't have
those. Do you need it?
No, not.
I feel like you don't need it for the icon on the screen.
No.
Unless you do, I don't know.
No, I can just pretend. Just pretend it doesn't exist.
You're saying that like you don't like it. I want you to be happy too. You like the project, you don't like the work.
Yeah. Because you want me to make the comic, but you keep being like, ah, yes, we're finally done with the icons. But wait, no, here's more icons.
We have 9 levels to go through. You think more icons isn't gonna happen?
Bro, but like, these are like spaced to like 2 days apart. I need more icons. And rotoscope looking images.
Okay, I promise not to add any more in the demo until we do a major update.
Yo.
Does that work?
Yo.
Okay. And these are the last 3 guaranteed. I don't touch them on that. If there's another extra item, like the Twinkie in a cup, it could just be the cup. That's fine. But the treehouse is a pretty major one. Because we don't have anything for the treehouse period. Should we give the Demon Boy a name?
I mean, you wanted the tent to have ghosts. He could just be one of the resident ghosts.
I feel like he's like my mascot at this point, because he's just really easy to use because I have him in 2 poses.
So he's like your big man, basically.
So far.
Mm-hmm.
I have him in 2 different poses and in 4 different locations in the demo alone.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also like a really easily recognizable figure where it's just like Baphomet basically. It's the dude with goat horns. Like Goat Man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what is this? Who did a thing?
Hmm?
Oh, is that Ellie? Ellie, thank you for that follow, Ellie. Hello. Follow me. You know, Ellie, thank you for doing that. I need to check that my stuff is working. Let me daily on my YouTube chat for a second there. I see that you're working. I see to see that the bot is working. And there we go. Bot is working. You can also daily if you wish, Ellie. And the chat box is adorable. Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, okay, yeah, you know what, Ellie? You're new. I should go over all the stuff that's different about my channel. And like what we do here. So I am Seaweaver. I'm the resident Lich pirate. The little drawing of a fish you see is Seaweaver. She's the one that's actually drawing on the screen right now.
You just streaming nothing but my stream.
At the moment, yes, because Bo's not here for me to like pan other things
I guess
and
to
talk
make
about things.
yeah, make like a waiting room or whatever, pull up your slideshow.
Yeah, basically. So yeah, right now it's just you drawing because I also want to watch you drawing. But yeah, so I have a very unique chat. The top box above me isn't working currently because I have to go and update the plugins, but it's supposed to have closed captions. I'm upset that that doesn't work. The chat text box you see is both YouTube and Twitch. Both of you are combined. We sail the same ship here. And if you notice, beside your message, you have a little number. Those are your actual channel points. So if you, I believe !redeem will also tell you what they do. They're also in the YouTube description or somewhere on the Twitch panel. But the commands, unlike channel points will just allow you to convert to the actual, like, real channel points, the currencies. And then you use commands, and they will use up your channel points appropriately. And you can see stuff like that, where Sphinx now says that you are carrying 2 soul mochi. So your daily has worked. That is our first mate, Sphinx. He is a very ominous figure. He only shows himself to be a bot, and that's it. That's all he does. Yeah, today we aren't actually playing anything. We're doing a very unique stream for once, which is we're having a streamer friend show up in about 5 minutes, hopefully. And we're doing a just chatting stream. And Snowy is currently working on the icons for the game. We're adding in 3 extra so that the demo will have these 3 because they're the last like quality of life things I wanted to add.
What about the pillow? Did you want one with the pillow?
Pillows and item swaps are no. Item swaps are supposed to be obvious. The extra items aren't.
Let's see.
Yeah. Well, most of the extra items aren't. I will work on some extra items that are extra not obvious though, but they won't be available until like major update demo.
You should put like a spatula on the grill or burgers on the grill.
Yeah, stuff like that. We have the entire outside area that's supposed to be haunted, so there's like bushes and stuff like that. I was planning on making some of the extra items like a pair of gardening tools just shows up in the bush.
You should have a pair of tongs on the grill and people can click them. Do the quick practice.
I am very tempted to work on an interactable haunt system. I just don't know how I would do it. Right now, I really like the spinning ones because you can have more than just the spinner be a spinning haunt. Which is really confusing.
Yeah. But ain't that the point?
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the chairs is allowed to be a spinner. And it's so stupid because you have to stand on the chair to find it.
It has to be one of like the open area chairs then.
I think it's one of the chairs that's pressed against the building wall.
Okay.
It's not like in the circle, but it's still in a very obvious spot and not like at the table.
Yeah, the table ones are really hard to get to and stand on properly, so.
Hello.
Hello.
Boy, welcome.
How's it going?
Good.
Stop for
We're... Snowy's mad at me because I made her do a few more icons for the game.
I see.
I know, how dare I ask her to do
it's
art
fine,
for
and
the
I'm
game.
like, I mean, today is like.
Okay, can I officially say as of today then, Snowy, that we are not done the icons?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can't lie to me, okay?
Will that make it better for future, is if I tell you right now that we're not done with the icons?
Yeah.
Okay. Really not done with the icons. There's so many more things to do. So for Ellie and those who are here for the first time, this is person in the bottom right, that is Poe.
Hollow.
Very good, slowly becoming longtime friends.
That's true.
Well, have we known Poe for now?
Oh wait, that's Poe. I know his YouTube channel. Yeah, that's right. This is Alpha's friend Poe. I met Alpha through Poe.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. One of
All right.
Alpha's friends, Ellie, is here.
On my side, I'm going to go actually live as well. Then I was just hanging on the starting screen.
I don't know what kind of background
Hello.
you're having today. I am at the moment just streaming Snowy's screen because I'm not into my actual game menu thing yet.
Yeah, I'm just on a chatting screen for the hot second, and depending what happens, I might end up just brain deading on some Mega Bonk while we chat or whatever.
I was thinking the exact same thing where I was like,
I-
at some point,
It's just like
just play
brain
brain.
empty, run around. It's kind of the perfect game for that.
Yeah, it really is. It all comes together now. It does, Ellie. This is how I met you, technically. It's
Hello, everyone in my chat. Priestess, how's it going? Good evening.
It's
Happy almost Friday to all who celebrate.
not, so I can't say happy with it. But if it was gonna say,
Okay, I need to update Blender because apparently there was like an actual significant good update.
yeah. There was a pretty massive one recently to Blender.
Yeah, 4.3. I'm on 4.1 on this one still.
I do more updating of Blender than I do using of Blender, honestly.
Okay, can I update within Blender, or do I just have two Blenders installed and then I just
I
delete one of them?
think it's you either, like, what you should do to be safest is you uninstall and install. I think.
Mhm.
Or you might be able to update from within, but I don't know.
I'm checking right now if it's possible to update from within.
Yeah, I have no clue. So,
Preferences.
but yeah, I wanted to drag Poe here today to try out a new stream.
Yo,
And I was like, Poe would be perfect for this because we like ranting.
that is true.
So I'm
don't know,
considering
did you-
this a pseudo podcast.
I was gonna say, like, I just make a podcast.
I mean, that's fair. It's podcast is a term that is almost meaningless anymore, right? Like
It's like
literally
saying
literally a conversation that exists on the internet is a podcast now, because like there's freaking video podcasts, audio podcasts, podcasts on YouTube, podcasts wherever you get your podcasts from. It's like, okay,
it's like
Oh,
saying
wait,
role
5 now? Oh, heck.
So yeah, it's one of those things.
It's like saying role playing. It's like it doesn't mean anything anymore.
Or more importantly, that it has RPG elements. Like that's the hot term that was poking around, I feel like, for the last decade, where they're like, oh, it's with RPG elements. Like,
Now it's roguelite.
what does that mean?
Yeah, now it's roguelike versus roguelite, where people don't know how to use the difference.
I still think that discussion is funny and also not clearly defined, because I don't know if anybody has. I don't think it is.
It is.
I think you believe that it is. I believe that you think it is, and I think there are a lot of people who would vehemently disagree with you as to what it means.
Actual definition. Also, Ellie said, meanwhile, I'm here still sitting on version 2.79 of Blender.
No!
Wow, that's some wild behavior right there.
Come on, Ellie.
It's downloading. I got a minute left on my download, then I can install Blender, and then you can actually.
So there is an actual difference, and this is like a verifiable, proven difference of how it all actually like started and where the terms come from.
Uh-huh.
So a roguelike game is a game where you replay through beginning to end. Like every time you die, you have to start the entire game over again. And none of the progress from within your play session is allowed to carry over. A roguelite is very similar in that it's based on like the run-to-run sort of things, but certain things like a weapon level are allowed to carry over.
So it sounds like most games nowadays are roguelite.
No, roguelites.
Lights.
Yes. So the best way I can describe it, Poe, is Risk of Rain 2 versus Cult of the Lamb.
Why Cult? Why was Cult of the Lamb what you went with?
Because it's a roguelike.
Which one?
Cult of the Lamb is a roguelike.
Light? I need you to actually say the T's and K's. You can't just cut them off like the Midwestern Canadian accent. Yeah.
The other way of saying it, if you really wanted to say it, the other Canadian way, we're calling it a roguish game.
Roguish, sure, man. It's different enough.
Apparently, people call like roguelites
I think that's
roguish. Like,
I think that's a better
words.
term, because I feel like
yeah.
Here's the thing. I think in general, if you want to consider it a genre, the rogue genre or subtype, or however you want to consider it, I think is a much more mature genre now.
It is now.
So that it's like there's so much more happening that trying to be like, oh, there's these two types is just not accurate, right? Because like when you say like Cult of the Lamb, right? Because like roguelite is fair, but also there's so much else going on.
Yeah.
It also then kind of runs into the idea of an incremental versus a roguelite versus a roguelite, and it's like the classifications are largely irrelevant in some cases, right? It's like, okay, but like, what are the things that we're actually talking about, right? Like the elements that make it up.
It actually got this way because it started the same way as a Souls,
which is also a term that's not terribly helpful.
But
especially when you watch freaking Iron Pineapple's 30th episode of I played random ass Souls likes, and it's just like every game on Steam.
I love how those videos always start with like, what actually is a Souls like? And then it's just like, we don't know anymore.
Yeah, whatever. We gave up. Don't worry about it.
One of his turns is quite
those are such good videos, though.
Yeah, one of his like starting bits is sometimes it just means you have a stamina bar. It's like, sure,
right?
What? Describing Souls like that.
Well, and that's the thing is like, because it's also like too broad with the rogue stuff, because like I think you've said it before, like well, technically in some sense you can say that Dark Souls is a roguelite. And I guess yes,
Yeah.
but like using
No.
the terms that way is no longer useful. Like
Okay.
the purpose of having those descriptors is so
Well-
that you get an idea of what kind of game you're working with. And as soon as you're just like, well, we don't need the term Souls-like because, well, it's technically a roguelite, so that's fine. It's like, well, now that's not helpful anymore again.
Yeah, but that's also not true because so a roguelite or like roguish, as well as a roguelike, also imply that you go from menu to run
Quick question.
every round. What's up?
Thoughts on this weird nook here? Because the chair is wider than the thing.
That's fine.
Okay.
So, a rogue, a rogue-ish game or a roguelike game usually, or not even usually, they always have gone from a menu state to a run state. So in Cult of the Lamb specifically, that's going from your cult to a actual forest zone. The difference
Yes.
the difference in that and Dark Souls is that in Dark Souls you are always in the map.
Yeah, but then Cult of the Lamb is, I think, pretty easy to argue that it's doesn't
Also not a roguelike.
satisfy that because
Yeah.
it's a gameplay element
Yeah.
outside of that. So it's like,
No, I could agree to that, which is why I'm like, it gets really confusing.
well,
I
and
would
I
agree.
mean, and that's exactly why this segue was what it was, because it's like RPG elements is the same damn thing. Where like
But
at
it's
the
a
very
role-playing game.
beginning of RPGs, it was a thing. Well, arguably, but then it was immediately like two things. Because you're like a tabletop RPG is very different from like a video game RPG versus what became, called the JRPGs, which, you know what I didn't realize, tangentially going off into something, I didn't realize, I totally missed the fact somehow that for a good chunk of my life, JRPG was considered a derogatory term. Like, I don't know if any... Yes. So you are similarly unfamiliar.
Yeah,
So,
I'm Googling this now.
yeah, it was like...
RPGA.
It's like there's been some
derogatory term?
there's
Is the
been
term
some
JRPG
interviews
offensive?
there's been some interviews and stuff from Japanese studios talking about how they've had to like
Oh,
come to terms
yes.
that like the meaning has shifted and it's like it's not a negative thing anymore. It's like
So,
it was a
okay.
positive, and then there was some period where people were like, those are stupid, we want action games, and it became like a dirty word, and then like now it's come back to just be
know.
like, no, that's just a genre.
Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about and why it actually happened too. So, RPG or role-playing game wasn't originally a video game thing. It was originally
Right.
a tabletop
Right.
thing. It was like D&D started it off. It was D&D, the tabletop role-playing game, because you sat there with your friends and
For
you
sure.
role-played
And
as
you
characters
actually
around
played
the
a
table.
role. Like
Yes. Like, you were role-playing as the characters around the table with your
That-
DM, who was
that has always
role-playing as a
been-
narrator.
that has always been the thing about the term role-playing game for videos games, because like what we consider an RPG is in no way more role-playing game than like Doom or Halo or like a
Yeah.
first-person shooter. Or, like they are equal levels of role-playing game from that context. That like just one of them
Yes.
has more numbers. Like that's it.
Okay, so after it became a video game thing, the reason video games got RPG was mostly usually actually because of like Final Fantasy and stuff like that.
Right.
Where their whole concept was based around building a game that made you feel like you were playing that kind of tabletop sort of feeling, but the
Yeah, well, I
narrator
guess-
was just the game system.
Yeah, and a heavy narrative, heavy like actually having a meaningful story, the
Turn-based, like
turn-based
usually-
turn-based
even originally
random
the fact that-
encounter style.
Yeah, the fact that
encounters.
they call it a turn-based RPG is wild to me, considering they always used to be turn-based. That's how they were built.
Yeah.
That's the origin.
Well, I mean, and that's why it had to become a term as soon as an alternative was available, though. Although it's
I guess, yeah. But it's still...
and it had to give it some kind of, because just like a battle is not descriptive enough to understand, so it became like turn-based and active battles as like the two subtypes.
At some point in that, usually role-playing game was like technically the same up until Final Fantasy even, because any RPG would just refer to like MUDs mostly, and how people play on multi-user dungeons or MUDs was they would call it like a MUD RPG or RPG, which is awesome and wild to think about. And then Japan comes in, Final Fantasy. That's like the big hidden turn of the century. There's other games that probably came before it too, and whatnot that help do this whole definition.
Yeah, like Earthbound was probably around similar times at the early Final Fantasies, really.
Yep.
And there were some others, but yeah.
And then what happened was they wanted to differentiate the game styles between how Western audiences made RPGs and how Eastern audiences made RPGs.
Sure.
And at the time, Japan was like the only one in the actual Eastern audience making RPGs.
Yeah.
Which is why it was weird. So, because of that, that's where the term JRPG comes from, is because it's a Japanese take on an RPG, or a JRPG.
Sure. Makes perfect sense.
I think the original term was actually supposed to be Japanese style RPG.
I think you're right. I think I've seen that, and of course nobody was gonna say that much. So they like, nah, man, we ain't gonna do that.
Yeah, it becomes JRPG. But then, in terms of why it's like quote-unquote derogatory or offensive, I think it was more so that it was seen with a negative connotation for a while, considering World War I and II.
I think it's actually different.
And seeing like different like countries and whatnot, it might be different. But I know the bigotry was there. And that people were like, oh, I don't want to play this. It's a Japanese RPG.
I'm trying to look up some articles to see. Because I thought the real reason why it was negative was because it, like... it was like... There was an era where... There's, like, the transition into the Xbox era... And in Western audiences, they saw that as an outdated style of gameplay. And so...
Oh, that could be it too, honestly.
So, it was essentially like an old-style gamers being shitheads, like gamers apparently always are, just about something.
The best way to always describe every single gamer on the planet is just using that one phrase of, the COD lobby will never change.
Yeah.
We have predefined groups of people that play the different games. When people play those games, it is like factually proven that they have similar tendencies and behaviors.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's the article that was actually talking about, because they were talking to the question about Final Fantasy 16.
Oh.
I'm trying to find the useful... Where's the history of it?
FF16 was considered derogatory for calling it a JRPG. That's fun.
Yeah, it was... It came along at about the same time as, like, anime was getting derided as well. It was the era when, like... weebs were starting to be insulted because it's like anime trash.
What year was this?
Like
the 90s. Yeah, late 90s,
so I
early
was not
aughts.
really there to remember
it It definitely would have continued up close towards like early 2000s because that's roughly when I was like in middle school / high school. Oh, and I still had like the following element, and they being considered like for children at the time.
Yeah.
I mean, you still have that problem with cartoons and just in general from there.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Whatever.
Here, let me read these.
So just still,
Let me
yeah.
read these two quotes of him. It says, one thing he wants to get across is that when we create games, we don't go into them thinking we are creating JRPGs. We are just creating RPGs. The term JRPG is used by Western media rather than users in media in Japan. This is going to depend on who you ask, but there was a time when this term first appeared 15 years ago, and for us as developers, the first time we heard it, it was like a discriminatory term, as though we were being made fun of for creating these games. And so for some developers, the term JRPG can be something that will maybe trigger bad feelings because of what it was in the past. Wasn't a compliment to a lot of developers in Japan. We understand that recently JRPG has better connotation, and it's being used as a positive, but we still remember the time when it was used as a negative.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, early to mid-aughts, people were quote-unquote post-FF7, and Japanese RPGs were now kind of normal. Gen X mainstream nerds really just didn't like the aesthetic in general and were plenty loud about it. Similar story for anime.
Whack.
Yeah. I guess that would kind of explain why I missed it, because I'm not Gen X, so apparently it was those slightly older than me being little bitches about it, but, you know. Gamers never change.
Nope.
They never change.
Gamers never change.
But, like, I would like them to change, I suppose. I want to make it clear that that is a descriptive term, not a prescriptive. I would like them to change. I would like them to be less shitty, but I don't think they're going to. But yeah, so one thing that I definitely wanted to ask about as we were chilling and chatting is you've been meandering about watching some of the various streams of your new demo upcoming. I was curious if you had takes or thoughts or like things that you've been seeing or noticing, and like how has that been?
So there's been a lot of bug fixes already.
Sure.
Including
Unsurprising.
Literal first stream someone found a soft lock.
Excellent.
Less than 20 minutes in, someone found a soft lock. And I was like, that's kind of impressive.
Good job.
Give him in a game, he will break it in a day.
But you do that every time you play something, I feel like.
In this case, a woman, because it was Olive who broke my game.
Good.
Yeah, it really is the developer curse of like, you can play every game ever and break it in so many fun and interesting ways that's insanely entertaining, and then you get to your own game and it will never break for you the way you want to see like be broken, and you're just like, well, that sucks.
Yep. Not until it gets to the wild, and then someone else will find it.
Yep, and then you're like, God damn it, I want to see that. That's cool. How do I do that?
Damn it.
That's like the really funny thing of I've had not only Olive but a few other people be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry I broke your game. This is like a really weird thing that's going on. And I'm like, don't apologize, but tell me how you did it. This is hilarious. I want to see this for myself.
Yeah, we gotta see it. We gotta get it. This is exactly when you want things to be breaking.
Yeah, but so I do have like some patches and stuff that are out already, and there is I think one more to come before the demo goes live. One or two more to come before the demo goes live.
Good.
Fixing up a couple little small things here and there, as well as maybe even adding in your lines.
That would be most excellent.
Yeah, hoping to
put
the
best foot forward.
Although, okay, to be fair, I was waiting until I found a fix for a different audio issue, and I found that one
Sure.
I found that one during this stream. Like the
job.
fix for the audio issue, so I gotta go through and actually work on all that later.
Yeah.
So it's been funny watching people break the game, And then I've seen there are 2 distinctive players of the game, which is amazing and hilarious.
Interesting.
Those who are blind and cannot figure out what the hell is wrong, even though something is wrong. And those who are like Giga Chad beating both difficulties first try.
Interesting.
And I'm just like, I need to make this harder.
Yeah, well, it's just that sort of difference in perspective, or however, like it's that how brain work, and like some people are just keyed into the way like you think and built, and then some people are just operating differently.
What's going to be really good, this is a plan for the future. And so I can talk about this without fear of people being spoiled too much.
Uh-huh.
But obviously, I'm trying to make this thing multiplayer.
Right.
I'm not, well, I shouldn't say trying actively. Like, I know how to make it multiplayer, I just haven't started it yet. One of the things I want to do when I have multiplayer is set up replication conditions to be randomized. And what this would essentially... So
what do you mean by replication?
Okay, so what replication is determining whether an item will, like, actually have all of its stuff copied from the host to a client.
Ah, gotcha.
Something like a widget is not replicated. You do not replicate the UI from one player to another. That's how you make it worse.
Yeah.
We don't do that ever. When you do want to do something that's replication, it's like when you're moving a character, for example. You want to replicate how the client is moving on the host and vice versa. So what I'm thinking of playing with is a lot of replication in that some people might see the haunt the same way others do, other people might not. And it might appear perfectly fine to someone.
Yeah, so a little bit like with... I know we've both been playing Abiotic Factor, so a little bit like the Layak in a sense, in that...
Correct.
An asymmetrical experience of what is occurring.
Yep.
Which I think is
other person
very
can't even,
interesting.
Like, yeah, like other person can't even interact with them. I think you can flash the Layak as the other person, but...
You can, which is also a very interesting gameplay element of like... Help, it's right there. Like, it's like, right, get it.
That works even better then, because it would have a sort of similar effect in this, where, like, you might be able to see the haunt, but not tag it, because you don't want to get close to it, but your friend might not see the haunt, but it's still capable of walking over and tagging the thing.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of asymmetrical gameplay in general, and I mean, obviously, that's a relatively light version of asymmetrical gameplay, but, like... Yeah. I wish more... I understand why more games don't do asymmetrical gameplay, because in a lot of ways you're making... Yeah, you're making 2 games in many ways, but it's so interesting to me to end up, like, doing stuff like that, because I remember... I don't remember the name, but for a while, there was a game that was rolling around where it was like a RTS game, except it was like a fairly sizable multiplayer game, and then everybody else that wasn't doing the RTS was like units in the game.
Shooter. Yeah.
Exactly. And I think that's so cool to have that like variety of play styles in one experience. Yeah. Which I think also is one of the reasons that stuff like Star Citizen or other games of that sort are really, like, intriguing to me, because you have, like, oh, well, you can be flying a ship, you can be manning a ship, you can then drop different people off to be doing direct, FPS style, like, there's more things to do for a more variety of folks in a interesting and fun way.
Yeah, so I'm taking that, and I don't know if you've seen the clips of the game where it's like it's a co-op game where your screens don't match up at all, and it's supposed to be like a puzzle game. One person plays in like the past, and one person plays in the future, and it's like a duck and a bear versus like the 2 robots or whatever.
me and Kappa and I have played some puzzle games that are similar to that. I don't know if it's the ones you're describing, but I know the sort, and they are
I know that
very
game
fun.
exists, and yeah, it's like I want to take that, but I've always wanted to twist it on its head and create a multiplayer Gaslight experience.
Sure.
So what I'm thinking of doing is not only having the asynchronous, where sometimes you're right and sometimes like where sometimes you just can't see it, but it is there for everyone and you're supposed to tag it and whatnot. But I want to also do the reverse of sometimes you see something that's haunted, but it's not, and only the other players can confirm for you. And I'm thinking the way I do this is it has to build up in like a 3+ player session.
Yeah, I was
So
just
far-
gonna say, I was like, you have to validate some actual source of truth, which means that you need either some way to validate in game with the 2 people, or you need at least 3 so that that one random yahoo can be outvoted and be like, you're full of shit. We
Yeah,
can all
exactly.
see something different.
Exactly, but then I also, have the maps. Like the maps are surprisingly large for what they are, and so you can definitely get distracted with how many things are going on. And so the one random yahoo might be like, "Hang on, I'm busy,"
Right.
or like getting caught down by other haunts that have to interact with the player, etc. And I'm like, that'll be fun. Trying to come up with those sort of systems. It's really hard to do that in a setting where you want everything to also work single player, though.
Yes, that is one of the big challenges. Well, I mean, I think the obvious example that did some degree of this at the late game was Split Fiction, which of course, again, requires 2
played it
people
yet.
because it's very, very good. There's some asymmetrical shenanigans that occur late game that are fantastic, and you should endeavor to enjoy those. But that whole series, of course, does an excellent job of like
asymmetrical experience.
two player, asymmetrical experience. Split Fiction just took it to like the next level of like really really enjoyable. I cannot express enough how much you should definitely find an opportunity to play it, because that was like probably one of the highlights of my gaming year last year when I played it. This year, well, I don't know when I played it actually. Whenever that happened.
That's good. Yeah,
it's very, very, very good.
Yeah, it's been a lot of wanting to like learn how to do that properly and go through it. But the other one that I've noticed with the people playing the demo is the balancing needs a bit of work. In that,
sure,
the easy mode is perfect. The normal difficulty needs to be harder. I feel like they shouldn't be on the same level of difficulty, and that they should genuinely be harder on a replay. But that's where the newest system that I'm slowly working on is coming in. Of I am allowing the map to change slightly between runs. So
gotcha. Oh, so it'll be a roguelike now.
Yeah, I'm making a roguelike.
Yeah, random map elements, roguelike.
Yep.
Got it. Cool. Nailed it.
I mean, if you're getting down to pure technicality, it's actually not far off.
I know.
It's surprisingly close to an original roguelike experience.
That's why so many of those terms are just is so much in vibe. Like you have to play a few and then you get the gist of what it's like, I guess I see what they're talking about. It's just like you gotta, which does not make it a very useful term. But anyway, I digress as I go back to that.
But yeah, one thing that I have that changes already is like there's a stack of chairs that sits somewhere on the map.
Mm-hmm.
When you start, you have to check them because sometimes they start stacked and sometimes they start as a single chair.
Ah.
And that also changes how they can be haunted. And I'm going to be doing that, but with like more intense elements of like rearranging certain things,
more
and more
stuff.
That, like,
yeah,
the layout of the map can change ever so slightly, not just like the specifics of an item. Where it's like, I want to do one where the item can just change from being one type of chair to a different type of chair to start. and that's fine. But then I also want to go a little bit further and change it to be like, one time you play the map, these 4 chairs might be in like a semicircle, as where one time they might be in a line. And,
Sure.
like one.
Yeah. That'll be good. All right,
What happens, sorry?
I'm opening up Mega Bonk. It's
gonna
time for me to get screwed
Try to
around.
just make this chair have like a little bit more shape.
Oh, I see.
There you go.
There, you're back. Hey, get out of here, self.
Yeah, you know what? Like brainless Megabonk doesn't sound bad.
That's right. We're back to the Mega Bonk.
It's a good brainless game.
It really is. You really don't have to think very much.
Yeah.
Although you have to think a little bit more if you actually want to succeed, but you know, you get by.
Yeah, I've been fine so far. I am slowly learning to play one of the hardest characters in the game, though.
I think I need to turn this down a little bit.
And learning to play that hardest character, like learning to unlock the hardest character, in fact, is what let me send you that screenshot of being top 18% of players in the world to play Megabonk.
Yeah, I'm
really proud of that one.
I've been spending, I think, like too much time doing specific stuff to try to like make sure I'm unlocking things that I haven't succeeded as well as I did the last time at the end of stream.
So that's kind of exactly what had to happen for me though, because the character I needed to unlock, his unlock condition was to beat the second stage tier 2.
Yeah.
That and like get another thing up to like I think it was you need the blood magic spell to be level 12, and that's like the first unlock condition.
Right.
And it's like getting that done was a piece of cake. Getting the heck in.
There you go.
Yeah, sorry. I like the brain farted when looking at my options in the menu. I gotta not do that. I gotta not care. Yeah, so getting the actual blood magic to level 12 was like a piece of cake, and then getting the tier 2 second stage unlock was so fucking annoying.
Yeah, it has been challenging to try to get past that second.
It's so hard. I'm trying to now do it on the forest because I was playing way too much of the desert to start.
Well, and it's sort of interesting to me in this because the power scaling does not go up, I guess, at like the pace that you might expect, and so it's like you kind of have to get.
There's a reason.
Well, the main thing is that, of course, like you unlock weapon slots, but like obviously
not just that. There's an actual there's a difference in each run to run where there's a reason it's not scaling the way you want it to.
What do you mean?
One of the things you can take is an increased difficulty.
Sure.
So if you want to survive the later bits, you have to take the increased difficulty as you go.
Oh, I guess to get the more spawns and the more XP.
That is correct.
Right.
So
yes, that would make sense.
Did scaling in a really cool and clever way where the map does scale over time, but not nearly as much as you want it to. And so as a result, you're supposed to be taking difficulty when it shows up, which is why it's positive take whenever you see it. Like, it shows up as like, legendary take, difficulty is plus 12%.
And the difficulty, does that scale the bosses you end up fighting or just the regular monsters? Because it
only scales the number of mobs that spawn.
Got it. Yeah, that would make
has its own number.
Perfect sense then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like it's usually that boss that eventually pops in, and then you're like, I can't kill this much health. Like, what the heck?
Yep. I thought that the difficulty system is probably the most clever I've seen in something like this, where it does force you to interact with the difficulty and how, like, it forces you to interact with how unseen systems work. Because if you don't interact with those unseen systems, you're never going to progress far enough. And yet, in fact, on that one that I hit, like, top 18% of players, my difficulty was, like, an extra 72% higher in the end. Because I just needed that many mobs to get the kills.
To get the... Yeah, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. I guess I'll have to be pulling the... Well, this is promising. I need to be pulling the difficulty when I see those.
Yeah, there's also... So, the three different ones that'll help you in the late game is that one, the elite spawn chance, obviously.
Right,
because elite spawn chance doesn't actually increase how much like health they have, weirdly.
Just makes more of them.
Yep.
Which gives you that more value.
Yep. Okay, well, I can't hit anything with a spawn like this, but
Scorpions.
But yeah, I was very hesitant with this game because I'm actually not a giant fan of Vampire Survivors, surprisingly. Like, I do really like it, don't get me wrong. It's not like a go-to game of mine or anything.
I enjoyed it, but like it quickly became something that I was just kind of done with. Like I was like, "Oh, I can appreciate that like as a game and it's enjoyable." And then I'm kind of moving on with my life because it's like whatever.
I think for me what ended up happening was the unlock system is like eventually in Vampire Survivors, the unlocks get either a little too specific or a little too challenging. And I'm like, I don't want to do that for like some random item I'm never going to use.
Yeah, that I think that was a big part of what my issue was as well, because I hit a point where like I wasn't having enough fun in the middle of the run to like keep me going for the meta progression. I was just like, yeah, I'm kind of done.
And then once you get like your ultimate build too, or like your funniest build, it's like, yeah, you did it, you won.
Yeah, right. It's like, well, I'm fishing for this exact set of things that I know are going to just be the thing, and then like
I think
it makes runs very binary. It's like either the run is a exact success or it's like, why am I even here? Right? Like that's
I think what this game does to counteract it in like the really cool ways. At first, I was so confused as to why people called it like Vampire Survivors and Risk of Rain, because just off of a visual look, it does not look anything like Risk of Rain. Even like a Risk of Rain run, it just doesn't look like one. It's giving me a fucking knockback film, whatever. But then I slowly learned about like the items that you get in between each and everything, where it's like a chest will have a random item.
Exactly.
It's like Risk of Rain's woods, and it's
that's very much like Risk of Rain.
Not only that, but it also is one of those things where those items have their own synergies that build into a different build than what you would expect, like in Risk of Rain. Whereas like in Risk of Rain, you have the crit lenses and you have the scope, and those work really well together. But then you have like, I don't know, crit lenses and the fucking tri-tip, where it's like they don't technically work well together because your bleed damage doesn't scale off of your crit damage. So you don't need to care nearly as much.
Nice.
But yeah, this game definitely copies that in that.
Yes, and that gives a much more sort of like robust system of that like dopamine hit of like opening shit and getting stuff and seeing like the build move in the right direction. And not only that, but like mechanically speaking, it's just more fun to move around in this game. Like
that's true.
Just directly, it's fun to traverse and evade and like play the game moment to moment than Vampire Survivor, which is a very simplistic control mechanism.
I also really like the unlock conditions for the most part being relatively simple. So you're unlocking random things
Yeah.
you never thought you would see. Literally just by playing the game.
Yeah,
And
like
then
it was
instead of-
hours of straightforward playing and just like getting stuff before I even had to like feel like I needed to go check and be like, okay, what do I need to be doing to be progressing?
I feel like even then, once I did check, I was like, oh, this is all stuff I can just get doing runs. Like, the only time it's ever super specific is when you're looking for, like, a character customization on. Where it's like, oh, if I want, you know, a specific skin as the dude I'm playing as now, Vlad, it's
Yeah.
like, you gotta play as Vlad and do some cool things. But
Yeah.
to get an item, you don't have to play as Vlad to get any one given item. You just need to build it to be funny enough on any character. So it's like, just doing those little different build synergies will eventually get you the things anyway.
Do you want it to just be 2 seats really far apart in the front of the car?
The one thing that I
Uh,
do find a bit annoying is that sometimes it seems to get stuck giving me the same thing repeatedly. I'm like, stop it. Hey, Whitney.
I think
how's it going?
I think the whole point of that is to encourage the meta progression of like buying refreshes and stuff.
That is a distinct possibility.
Of like it might actually be weighted to give you certain things more than others. Just so that if you do want to avoid them, you have to like go through the meta progression and
based on like how I feel like the things appear, that feels like that is accurate. Like they're just a run gets some kind of weight associated with different stuff and it's just like a different sort of graph of likely drops, and it's like you get this one today, and it's like okay.
Yep. Sometimes it's like, hey, here's every poison item in the game. Other times it's like, what is poison? That exists.
Yeah. And it's like
It's
it
cool.
seems to sort of like pick a preferred defense for runs, and it's like just throwing evasion at me, and I'm like, I didn't really want to do evasion this time, guys. Like, thanks, I guess.
So
like
one of the best metagame things you can actually get for that, by the way, is there is a meta unlock that allows you to toggle off purchased items of any kind.
Yeah, I
like,
saw that one coming up. I haven't gotten there yet, but I did see that one is an option.
Yeah, that one's also nice for being able to like play a little more tailored to your playstyle.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I think I
there
actually
are
have
a
the
lot of
evasion tome.
items.
Yeah, I think I actually have the evasion tome off because I'm like, I don't want to do evasion. I want to see the funny shield build. But needless to say, like I'm like making games like this is also what's really cool, or like watching people make games like this is what's really cool about being a developer. Is like you can pick apart those little things that people do, just from a developer standpoint, and you're like, cheeky. I see why that works that way. You thought you could sneak it in, but I know your tricks. I know why it's doing that. Like, for example, when you pick up an item,
nice.
One of the really funny things I've noticed is that every item technically has a sprite that is just drawn in the world. None of it's actually drawn on your HUD or in the UI.
Uh-huh.
And he just places it in the perfect spot for you to see it. So that when you end up having it, as it disappears, you'll notice it transitions and becomes really small in that spot instead.
Interesting. I don't think I've actually paid enough attention to see that. Ow, 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 lasers.
Okay, I'm supposed to be finding the actual final shrine because I hit the time limit, so I'm gonna go through and start this boss fight.
Honestly, that's the hardest thing if you're really playing brain empty, like on stream, is suddenly realizing that you were screwing around for too long. You're like, oh shoot, I was supposed to find something.
I mean, my whole bit is that I like to play games extra hard. where I will handicap myself from the very beginning of learning how to play the game, so that when I do learn how to play other elements, I can just blend it in a little bit better. And it works surprisingly well. Where it's like, in this game, I know how to survive and move around a little bit when I'm getting knocked around, just because I've crossed the time limit so much that I don't pay attention to it.
Right.
Also, that time I did not have the build ready, so I died.
Oh, that's so much attack speed. Thank you. Oh, it's so good.
What do I have to do as this dude? Kill enemies, first stage, under 6. Final boss,
I have a...
rank 100.
I have got a pretty good setup going. I lucked out. So I'm playing Calcium, the Bone Boy. And I lucked out in getting the higher move speed equals higher attack speed boots, like, right out of the gate. And I was like, oh, it's a good day. It's the... Yeah, or the skates, technically.
I thought those were just built into him.
No, so he has the one that increases damage based on speed. And then there are legendary boots that increase attack speed. So if you get the ones... Oh, here, the turbo skates, the faster you move, the more attack speed you gain. Which goes very well with his passive. And then you get both of them.
You know who else that would work really good with? Character I'm playing as right now is Bandit. His whole thing is he has a weapon that has a chance to instant kill anything, and his like passive is every level he gains 1% extra attack speed.
Excellent.
So projectile count is really fun.
Yeah, I bet.
He was actually what I got that top 18% with, because I was just trying so hard. But, all of this being said, I'm like, you know what? I have yet to actually ask today, Pone. I've yet to come to the actual point of the stream that I would really, like, this is what got me to be like, we're just gonna do it just chatting. I don't care if we're playing anything in the background, I don't care what's happening. We just need to be just chatting.
Right.
Because I wanted
was like,
to...
I assumed you had a purpose, because you were just like, hey, are you available next Thursday? I was like, sure. And then I was like, hey, what are we doing today? That's a message I sent earlier, everyone. I was just like, what are we doing? I don't know what a thumbnail I should have.
Oh, and I quite literally responded with just chatting.
It's like, who knows? Just stuff.
Yep.
Okay.
I said just chatting, don't really have any special plans.
Because you had a plan. Oh.
I had
plan
a question.
all along.
What's a plan?
You plan to ask a question.
I guess, yeah. But I was like, it's not that the question was going to take this long. It was that I just thought it would also be a good chance to be like, hey, let's like chat on stream and that stuff.
So many free chests.
But you started working on your own game.
Yes.
And that you started writing, which honestly, I will say, is more than 90% of wannabe game makers out there.
Well, yeah, and especially with this particular goal or like game plan, the writing is like 85% of the damn thing. Oh, hey, Skullbolts. Yeah, because I and a friend have been trying to find a way to get a game made between the two of us for a while, but we both have challenges in accomplishing that. I am too busy by my own misfortunate plans, and he has ADHD, and so, like, when we both have full-time jobs, so, like, trying to be like, oh, yeah, we'll just make a game is really, really hard. But as we've kind of continued to try, right, we have, oh, here's a new idea, try that, here's a new idea that we've been trying to figure out, like, okay, so what can we do to make it more likely to succeed? And one thing that we've kind of moseyed our way towards, or what I'd really brought up, because he's not nearly as interested in a sort of text-based adventure style story, but I like that sort of thing, and it's very easy to like code the framework that makes it happen. So I was like, okay, I can put more time into writing if I can, just sit down and find time, and then
Okay.
once I get that accomplished, then it's like now we can just pull the framework together, and then I can like make it happen.
Here's the big question though: when you say that, you really gotta know what the genre is you're actually trying to make, and it's a question of: is it a text adventure or a visual novel, or a
It is
choose your own
not a
adventure?
visual novel. It is so it is closer. What I have intended is closer to being a like choose your own adventure book in the form of a game, with like the potential for small like gameplay element, puzzly sort of interstitials to sort of supplement the overall story. They keep giving me movement speed boots. This is working
Making
great for me.
Undertale without visuals. What are you doing?
Kind of, except like less gameplay elements and more narrative, and with the intention of it being also quite short. Like my expectation would be to be like 1 to 2 hours to go through a storyline, and the storylines are, I hope to have like 4 to 5 endings, but I don't know if that will work. So like it's kind of like a short story, interactive short story is the idea, I guess.
I'd say the hard
Yeah,
part
and
with
Scobold
that
says
one
like kill the princess but without visuals is accurate in ideology, if not scope, because I do not intend to hit the scope of frickin'
So
Slay the
yeah, I was
Princess.
gonna say that's so your biggest challenge with like a differential on that one too is trying to find a way. It's gonna come down to like, I guess technically marketing, like it's all considered marketing, but
Everything is
the
marketing
challenge,
in the end.
yeah, basically telling anyone about anything is just marketing.
Yeah.
But what it'll come down to is basically trying to find the right way to word it, because it's like the question is how branching is the path? Can you go on a completely different separate story? Or
right.
like, is it just one of those things where it's like, you made a different decision, Telltale style, next episode nothing's gonna matter.
Right.
Or like a few episodes
That
from
is
now, nothing's
that
gonna
is
matter.
very much true. And for this like first endeavor, my expectations are very modest in scope, simply because like a big part of what we've been aiming towards is just like we'd like to just get something actually out, like whatever scale that is, however small, just like make something happen so that like we've got it under our belt and can sort of iterate and like see how it does and move forward from there.
I mean, that was me with the card game actually.
Yeah.
That card game, the map was made in I think like 2 or 3 days, something like that. Something stupid small amount of time for a game jam. Where they're like, yeah, just make only a theme. Good luck. And I was like, cool. I have no idea how the hell you're gonna do that. So I was like, I put car, a thing that goes up, and make card. And then I had to like flesh out the map, obviously, balance it a lot, but like, in the end, I just upgraded my crit damage as this dude, and I feel stupid for doing so, considering his crit is in instant kill. I'm like, yeah, crit damage is gonna do me wonders, huh?
Another thing about it is, of course, that an additional motivation was also that, like, it's a decent opportunity for me to continue narrating stories, because I really did like my YouTube story narrations, but YouTube hated them. So I was just like, I guess I'll find a different avenue to get to narrate stories, even if that's me writing them myself. Sure, whatever. And who knows, maybe it will not work as well. One benefit of this is that it will very easily be functional on PC and mobile devices, which mobile devices as a like game place to sell and things is a whole ass
I
mess.
know.
But
I know exactly what you need to look into. I have a perfect game for you. And I'm like, you could benefit greatly if you give your game one little twist that I've only ever seen one game do before. So I have to refine the name of it and everything. But the whole point of it was a like choose your own adventure, choose your own like path text adventure on mobile. But the whole point was that you were playing from the perspective of like not a NASA operator, but like a space engineer.
I played that game. I played that game.
In a
that
text
is
prompt.
Yep, that is.
And the key twist, I think, that would make it perfect for you, Poe, is you do that, but you have to keep in that real time perspective, because that's what is like really hard to remember about that game, but was such a like. It was a thing that made you come back to it, because all the notifications made it look like a text message was like given to you.
Correct. Yes, I did. I played that. There's actually 2 of those. One of them was the NASA. Well, 2 from the specific like. I think there are more than 2. You're right, but like,
2.
I remember there was that one, and then there was one that you were dealing with someone in an alternate dimension.
Yes.
And I really did like those.
Their key thing, I think, that definitely helped sell them a lot more was absolutely that real-time aspect, because what it did was it transformed it from like just being a text adventure.
Oh my god.
To
lordy.
An actual like interactive story. Like you have this person you are communicating with that has to do things in real time.
Oh shit. I died.
That you then have to like, return to the conversation to understand what's going on. You can't just abandon it, and you just get so hooked on it that it was
I actually go back to that story a lot as an example of I think one of the best applications of a mobile game, because most mobile games I don't like, because it's just a terrible form factor to try to play games on. But those games treated your phone like a phone, and then played with that idea. Like, it used the platform correctly to give you a unique experience, which I thought was really cool. And this particular story that I'm writing, I don't think fits with that, but I do think that that's a reasonable idea to. Also, it would require a lot less writing. I think that is a decent idea.
Here's my thought process on this stuff, is that everything can fit if you make it. So, when thinking about it as a mobile phone, and like that whole perspective, even if you're set in like a medieval era, you could definitely phrase it in a really weird way of like you are reading ancient like photographs of ancient scripts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you could be like, we have like this really weird parchment that if we write on it, the people back then could read it. So what if we like tell you, hey, get out of there? What is the script changed to say?
Was that the Necronomicon? Scobalts asks me. What, back here? Maybe. Oh, that's the Cursed Tome you probably saw. Which also makes a lot more sense now to build up in this.
Another one is also like, say you're setting the thing up to be like an L.A. Noire style Eldritch Horror, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could have it be like a police report. That you're tracking like one of your cops to.
Yeah, there are definitely ways. I I don't think I will do that for this first one, but I do think that that idea does in fact have legs. Well, and especially the thing is I also never really intended them to be exclusively mobile, which I feel like that
So,
will sort of
there-
require.
Not necessarily, because I was also going to get into a different bit of like, if you do this, what you really do to nail it is if you want to release it to the public, you have to make 2 versions, unfortunately. But it's not hard to make 2 versions because you're just changing an overlay, in which you change one overlay to look like a desktop app that you would see on some cop's computer, as where the other overlap or the other overlay is built to fit more of that mobile style of like it looks like you're reading the reports from your
Sure.
phone.
Oh, don't worry about that. Scobold's pointed out that I'm playing the bush on the desert level, which, yes, I suppose that is a little bit more suspicious than otherwise, but don't worry about it.
You're tumbled.
I'm a green-ass tumbleweed.
There's like green creatures in this. You probably just got slime on.
The bush is a very funny character to me.
Yeah, it is.
Let's do this, actually.
I have been playing lately and loving the Bandit and Vlad are my 2 like go-tos. Mostly Vlad. Like Vlad was because I had to go through that suffering torment to unlock him. But I unlocked the Bandit along the way, and I'm like,
this is bad.
You know,
This is bad.
I do kind of like the Bandit. He's not bad. He's easy to make funny. And he looks cool.
This is muy bad. He is extremely slow compared to what I was just doing. Part of that is just what happens when you start a new run, which also is a big part of like what sort of a lot of times ultimately gets me to stop playing these sorts of games, is just because like Vampire Survivors, the difference between the end of a run and the beginning of the run is so insanely stark. And with the beginning of the run, like, not being mechanically entertaining, it's like, you finish a run, you feel good about how, like, crazy your build ended up, and then you're like, God, do I really have to start here again? Like, is it here again?
I think that's where you change up the character you play on.
Yeah, well, and that's really, I think this one will do much better than that.
Yeah.
But Vampire Survivors was just like, the level 1 experience of Vampire Survivors was just like a boring 3 minutes. It's just like nothing you're doing, just like not much going on.
Yeah, that's true.
Ow, I ran into a cactus.
But yeah, I'm excited to see what kind of like games you make, because I like seeing the sort of stuff other people do.
Yeah, I really, really just want to be able to find like the time and motivation to do that, because it's just been like, so I have been in, at this point, in the sort of the corpo development scene for 13 years, and it begins to wear making shit that no one cares about. Like,
you mean you don't like working for a cyberpunk dystopia?
No, I do not. I know this may come as a surprise to many of the viewers based on my various
Paul
talking
works
points.
in technology. Oh my god.
But yes, I'm not.
Dude who said a sentient AI VTuber likes technology and user friendliness.
Yeah, it's.
Wow.
We've gone through like eras in that sort of the tech space and the developer like workspace, in that like for many years it was fine and fun just because it was like, you know, collaborating, getting to work on things, getting to create things, and that was cool and all. And then things have just been sort of derailing over time as the dystopia has really started to set in, I guess. Because like the corporations just care less and less about anything except for the profits. And like at this point, I've just been spending years working, making a lot of well, I spent a lot of years working on QSR, quick serve restaurant apps. That's happened to end up being my specialty at my office. Not, I mean that to happen. That was just the projects that came up. And then I spent like freaking year and a half where I worked on the Android app, the iPhone app, the kiosk app, their freaking Apple Watch app on this one company. And then I was like, yep, now I know all of the shit. It's like, yeah, if you want something about a QSR, I guess, give me a call. And it's like, I'm so tired of making apps that like my experience of going somewhere and thinking like, gee, I'd like to order from this restaurant, and then going to their website and being like, hey, download the app. It's like, I do not want another goddamn app. Like, I do not want
I think
another
that should
one.
be like a criminal thing to do.
Yeah, and
To
it's
need
just
an
like
app?
the
For
thing that
you to
sucks is
require an app to order from a
I don't
like a restaurant.
Yeah, it's just like, and it's then it's like, yep, that's my job. That's the thing I do. I work on the applications that nobody wants, and it's just like, cool.
It's like
It's
I
just
feel like
I just,
telling someone to download that app is almost the same as being like, yeah, you can have Uber Eats as long as we have a key to your door.
yeah. Well, and the other thing is that like over the years, the corporate tech scene has shifted heavily from human-centric design and like this general like optimism around like tech and what you're doing, and then it's just like dark practices in UX have gone crazy. They are the standard, and it just doesn't matter how much we're like, people hate this. Like, could we not develop this? Because like people hate it. Like, are you trying to make your app like objectively shittier in a way that no one wants it to be? And they're like,
Apparently,
yeah,
yes.
it will make us some more money. It's like, okay. Because like for example, the recent discussion that I had to like, I am fortunate that no one higher up from the client was around, because I definitely shot my mouth off more than I should have in a work meeting. But I'm definitely about to die. Was that
Because you're talking too much about other apps that they're gonna come after you now? We can help
no, what they were asking us to do, like the work that they wanted us to do was to, if a guest, if a person was using the app as a guest, so they don't sign up, they don't have an account, like a membership account as it were, they wanted us to then require they enter an email for the order, which is sure, fine, send them a receipt or whatever, and
Yeah.
behind the scenes, without giving an option to uncheck, or even like they'll have some fine print at the bottom that says it's going to happen, that it is going to enlist them in their email list to just email them
That's
shit.
illegal now.
And I was like, you have got to be kidding me that you're just going to freaking add them to an email list without, so like you can't complete a guest order without giving them an email to email shit to. And it's like, I guess their defense was like, well, you can get online afterwards and remove your email from like our
That's
club list or whatever. And I was like, bro, this is horse shit. And so that's the type of shit that I deal with now at work. And I'm like, I am having so much less fun doing this than I did 10 years ago. I cannot express how much I hate this. Like, and it's just like, well, I sure do like continuing to make a paycheck, so yeah, whatever. I guess I'll do this. So it's very frustrating, which is why I continue to push towards, like, I would really like to find a way to start making games, because at least it's something someone will, like, care about.
Huge. Oh, so
Mhm.
man. I was going to try to unlock a character skin. And I did unlock the character skin. I just wasn't ready for what it was going to be called. But I guess I should have seen it coming, of like... When you change skins in this game, they're always just the name of the color followed by the character.
Uh-huh.
So I went from the black bandit to the green bandit, and I'm about to evolve to the white bandit, and I'm like, that's what
Nice.
this so wrong.
I will...
Then
that
you
will
need
happen.
the yellow, the bandit, red bandit, brown bandit.
It's like if they
Yeah,
were
you
all
just
Power
don't-
Ranger colors, then sure, I can kind of see it. But it's like you start as the black bandit, then you become the white bandit. This is so not okay.
As long as you're not the brown bandit. Nobody wants the brown bandit.
Brown might be better than the green bandit.
Maybe. I don't want anything that the brown bandit is trying to take. 'Cause apparently the brown bandit has a very particular taste in thievery, or so it would seem. Ow.
Just calling it the white bandit is what I wasn't ready for. It's like, okay, hang on, wait. No, you can't say that.
Woo.
But
I
this
don't know
game
if
does
this
get
run's
away
gonna
with...
pan out.
This game does get away with saying a lot of things.
Oh,
that shouldn't, which is
my
like,
ass is dead.
where,
I'm gonna ask you this. What kind of sink do you want to sink to me?
very
I've made the
sync, they don't
handles.
sync.
What kind of spout do you want?
Interesting.
You already made this spout, did you not? What is what?
No, it's just
Oh,
the
I
base right
can't
now.
afford
I
it.
can either make it go up and up, and it can either go like the swoop D, or it can just go straight out like a weird bathroom sink.
No, it needs to be the really old, like, swoop D.
The swoop D. Okay.
Yeah, the very old, like, rustic-looking swoop D.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I haven't played this
Because,
character
like,
yet.
Their RV is supposed to be technically.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not have that impression.
The actual, like, RV itself is not up to code.
I mean, I you know, it's not a full travel RV because like one of the bathrooms is gone and there's no fridge, but like I don't know, it's got a microwave this in like water.
I'm
It's
just
got a
now noticing.
microwave. Therefore it's a fine RV.
Yeah. Bro, there's
pretty-
apartments here that only give you like a hot plate. That's it.
The
No kitchen.
FOV on this is kind of wild.
No kitchen
Stuff at
sink.
the edge of the screen looks so short. Super scrunched.
What are you doing? My FOV doesn't look anything like that.
Well, it might be because I'm playing on an ultra wide, but I noticed like when
Maybe.
when the
Oh.
shrines are at the edge of my screen, they are so squat.
I gave you a early demo code for Haunted Science, correct?
Yes.
Would you be willing to take a screenshot of, like, or not even take a screenshot, but, like, rather, I guess, a phone camera image of, like, what the game looks like on your ultra-wide with it using the resolution I gave you?
Yeah, I can do that at some point.
I gave, like, I specifically put in your resolution, and someone else had to ask for a different resolution that led me to a bug that made the UI look all wonky when changing resolutions, and that's since been fixed. So I'm like, I kind of want to know if it actually works on ultra-wide too now, or if I need to add other support.
Yeah, I'll take a look
Because,
at that later.
This is like an actual game thing that's been on my mind for a while, and I really need to make a video about it. Where I want to make the video rant of optimization is dead.
Yep.
Because it is. It's gone.
It's in bad shape. It's so bad.
It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore.
I mean, some people still do it.
The moment DLSS is required is like, it's gone. It doesn't exist.
God, I hate DLSS.
It's the worst.
Well, really, let me broaden that to God, I hate NVIDIA. Like, let me expand on that statement.
Well, DLSS in particular is just as bad. And it's not even just NVIDIA that does DLSS.
Well, what's frustrating is that DLSS could be something that serves a purpose, but like the expected use of it has gone insane. Because I think DLSS could be a very useful tool to extend the life of older GPUs. When you're like, it lets you not have to buy a new GPU for just a little bit longer, because it's like, okay, well, I can't play the new games anymore, but now I'll just DLSS a little bit higher, and then now I can at least run them and carry forward. And like that, I think, is the appropriate use for DLSS. But as soon as it was like, oh, we can get a little more performance, it's just like, yeah, now the optimal way to play a new game is with DLSS. And it's like, why would you do that?
It shouldn't be required. It's the same with ray tracing.
Yes, freaking required ray tracing is some horse shit.
That's why I didn't like
Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones, thank you. The fact that the game requires ray tracing is like, it's torture.
I agree. I had wacky ass performance behavior out of that game.
Yeah,
a lot of people had praised it, and I was like, I had weird times trying to run that.
I virtually cannot tell why they were praising it until I watched someone who had like a very, very modern computer running it.
Yeah.
And then they were like, oh yeah, the ray tracing is fine. It's like actually really nice on this thing. And I'm like, you're running the most modern computer you can. Ray tracing should be nice on it. That's what you paid for.
Yeah, and that's the other
got to be the best part I've ever seen.
That like some of the the prices and the SKUs of the video cards that NVIDIA are putting out is such dog shit. Like, it's insane that they keep putting out 8 GB VRAM GPUs. It's like, you can't even run DLSS on this thing. Will you stop?
Yep.
It's insane to me.
It's one of those things where I'm just like, the moment I saw that it was required in a game, I was like, well, optimization's dead.
Well, yeah, it's that, and it's just like, it's the same monopolistic sort of market capture horseshit that NVIDIA has always done and just continues to do. Because, like, the physics and all of the various things that are proprietary NVIDIA only, and then they pay a bunch of money to the game companies so that, you know, they want to use those, and then it just makes other brand GPUs run like shit, because it's like they can't get at those aspects of the game, and it's just like,
yep,
it's a whole problem.
The curse tome tells you exactly what difficulty does when you unlock it.
Ow. Oh, God.
Difficulty increases enemy quantity, health, speed, and strength. So I thought it was only quantity that is incorrect.
Yeah, so it does do the other stuff. I wonder if that carries over to bosses as well.
I would imagine so, because they're enemies.
I guess I'll take the banana ring. Sure, why not?
Like, unfortunately, Desert is just where I'm gonna hit tier 3 first, because it's just so much easier.
I had a much easier... I made it to tier 3 on... Well, I didn't complete tier 3, but... Yeah, I had a much easier time on the forest map myself.
I just think it's easier for me to spot everything when it's like such a flat plane and you can see in the distance. And you don't have to like keep going up and down all these ramps where speed is extra annoying. Like on the desert, speed isn't a full requirement, it's just knowing how to manipulate the speed. I have a guaranteed yellow, but it's shield, luck, or lifesteal. Someone else pick for me.
There are some sort of setups, I guess you would say, like that do end up pretty rough on forest, because there's like the random way that like different enemies become like the main enemy, depending like you load in, and it's like they just pick something different or whatever. Man, I had some rough ones on the forest where I was trying to play the ogre with the axes, and boy, was I having trouble getting the axes to work. Because, like, they kept throwing those stupid exploding, like, pustule guys at me, and I was like, I can't kill them before they start exploding. Please stop.
I will say it's very similar on desert in like other builds too of the scorpions.
The scorpions, it can be a real pain in the ass if they keep throwing cactuses and you didn't bring anything long range, and you're just like,
No, you know what the
please
worst one
come
is?
over here.
There's a better one that's way worse on the desert, actually, for how bad this can be. And it's the stupid fucking little bone balls. If you play anyone that's not
dealing with bone balls at the moment.
If you play anyone that's not the skeleton, early game bone balls are just a run gun. You're just done.
Yeah.
You're gone.
They are an inconvenience, to be sure.
Their speed is just... It's something that if you don't already have the speed, you will not outrun them, and it will make it hard on you. If you have jumps, you can kind of get away from them, like a little bit more.
Yeah. Did I? Oh, I do know where the...
But yeah, it's been interesting hearing from like your perspective of like how you would want to go about making a game. Because you also hit the other like weird niche end of the spectrum of knowing what a limit is in game development.
Knowing what is?
What a limit is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, surprisingly has like expectations for roughly how big he wants this game to be before he releases it.
Correct.
As we're
absolutely toasted.
Every other gamer in existence will always just be like, okay, but I could add this, and then I was thinking I could do something like this, and then...
Well, and that's why it's like, we come from a very interesting like side perspective, me and my friend who are trying to make games together, because we both work at the same company right now. He's a developer, I'm a quality engineer, and so like we work in agile teams. Like we know development practices and like how you iterate, how you set up sprints, how you set up your backlog, how you do minimum viable products, how you how you move a project to completion is like something we know. The problem is like we're both too goddamn busy. We can't so like that's where we get that knowledge of like set up our MVP and work towards completing it and like getting it out and iterating. Like we know about that. It's just like
I would say there's still one key. This whole time. I would say there's one key difference still in all of this, and that's that you guys are a duo who has been in the same field.
Correct.
Specifically, if you take like I have been in that field before, I still get scope creep all the goddamn time.
Oh yeah, you definitely will.
I think what ends up happening is it actually comes into it with that duo perspective of getting things done together. because I think it's like the moment you're alone and you're set free, you're just like, I could do anything.
Yeah, it's like I could get that in there. I could, yeah. No, it definitely helps because like we actually had worked on the same team before at
Yeah,
our job. I mean,
exactly.
that's where we met. So like, yeah, we have that distinct advantage, which is why it's kind of so frustrating and why we keep trying to find ways to like make it work, because it's like we know that we can make this work if we can just find the time to get started and get moving. And it's like life just constantly in the way. It's just like,
Okay,
please,
starting is the
we
hardest
just
part.
we just want to make some games, please.
Honestly, starting really is the hardest part. She's not wrong.
Starting is the hardest part.
Yeah,
It
no,
was like- Until I had a game out, I did not have confidence in my ability to put out a game whatsoever. I put out the car game, and everything washed away instantly. I was like, it's done. I have a game. I have proven to myself and to others that I can be a developer, and that I can do this, and I know how to listen to feedback, and I know how to like make a game work and program it. And honestly, for a first game, I still think car game is surprisingly impressive at this point.
Yeah,
Like, not many people actually make a multiplayer game, let alone
that is true.
as
Is
their
the
first.
physics
especially.
still broken in multiplayer though?
Probably, but I need some help testing, and I just don't have another
I
person.
know.
I'm probably gonna get Donut involved on that soon.
Uh-huh.
I think I've actually like gone in and learned somewhat how to fix it, and I'm just gonna like keep trying with Donut on how to fix the thing. So we'll see.
The walk cycle of Mega Chad is so funny to me.
His music is also like incredibly good. It just is like the
I'm-
Mega Chat music.
I am done with the RV layout for now. I'm spectate. With a tour of my it's not my crib.
Oh, I can't walk through the water.
Bonnie, is it not your crib?
Not my crib. I even made the cabinet doors open because I don't know. I feel like this is a prop. This is something we might do a lot.
I see.
Oh,
Check
armory's
the
good.
reference of this. Let's see it. My God.
Oh, that's a yeah. Sorry, put it away.
Owie.
And then
Which
if I
part
want
is
to
I
reset
would-
it, I don't have to drag them all back. I can just say transform, clear transformation all.
Like the worst part is, if I were to see this in a game, I'd be like, "Why did you bump those and not just make them separate objects? I can just put them."
Well, it's because it's easier for me to edit them all at the same time, and they don't have to be independent. It's more annoying if they're independent in this case.
I know.
If anything, it's why are the top doors and the bottom doors separate objects? It's because I copy pasted them, version them.
But yeah, like seeing the different perspective though is what I really wanted to get out of it today alone. Where I was just like,
Sure.
I wanted to know how it is like you actually like have this perspective and everything. I'm like, I'm learning that right now too, which is good. But it was one of those things where I'm like, damn, Poe has a really weirdly different mindset for when it comes to making a game. What the hell happened?
Yeah, well, and a lot of that is simply because it's a matter of like all of the things that have not yet worked, and so it's like, okay, so how can we try to make it work, and then ending up where we are.
I think one of the biggest differences too is the fact that you like actually have someone else that you're trying to get to work with you.
Right. Yes, that's a huge
And
part.
it's like that changes so much because if I were to try to like, I'm actively trying to get someone to work with me now. In that, my friend's Discord here, Donut Boy, is like showing an interest in gaming and willing to like learn from me, and I'm like, if you learn from me, I'm gonna ask you to work with me because I'm okay to teach anyone. I've taught people how to make games before. I used to run the tutoring bit. That part's fine. What I really need is like, the new perspective of someone I can actually work with. Oh my god, am I gonna die just because this dude has no starting health?
All right, we're gonna. I don't know. This feels like a not that
What do I get?
cohesive build, but whatever. We're gonna figure it out.
Yeah, so like seeing a different perspective is what I was like, man, I need to do this. Like, why is it so?
Sure.
And I'm also like, now it's also changing even more this week for me in particular, because while I've made the card game before, I've never made something that's been like widely seen and accepted by people.
Sure.
Like card game, I had a few of you play and I was like, yeah, it's the card game. You can play it on stream, whatever, have fun with it, you would know how. And this game,
Ow, ow, ow.
Haunted Science was like, I took a shot in the dark, being like, I don't think this is gonna happen. If it happens, it's funny, but I don't think it's gonna happen. And then, sure enough, I tried it, and it's like, yeah, I got a total of 9 different streamers all trying to play the game before the beta comes out.
Which is awesome.
It's amazing.
Aye.
I'm so happy.
Oh no. No, don't box me out from the heart. Oh god.
It also definitely shifts perspective from like what I'm used to.
Damn it.
Because I think what's happened a lot right now is other people being like, hey, how or like they're also new to, you know, trying out a game for the first time, I think.
Sure, yeah, I mean
really lets us actually like start. Hello, Abdul. And I think what that then changed is I've had the question now that I never thought you would ever have as a developer, where I'm like, interesting. Where someone asks me like, how much feedback am I allowed to give? Like, how much nitpicking am I allowed to give? I'm like, all of it. What?
All of it?
Yeah, I'm like, isn't that the point?
Yeah.
Of like doing something like this, and I'm just
oh
never...
god. Damn it.
If you had told me that that was going to be a question I got asked more than once in
to be fair
for my demo, I'm like, I legitimately wouldn't believe you.
Yeah, to be fair, the concept and practice of feedback is something that a lot of people could use a lot more education on how that works. That is also one of the many benefits that has come out of at least the place that I work at. It's diminished now. I was at it was much more of a startup feel when I started working there, and then it got bought by a bigger, but not like enormous company. And so it's like learning feedback and how feedback works. And like everybody could use more of that, because like the number of yahoos that just pop into a stream and fire off the dumbest shit they think of, like, in the chat is wild, and is like, bro,
well, okay. Here's the other
you
thing.
have got to...
I think it's difference between the fact that when you ask for feedback, people are like, okay, but how much feedback is what really threw me off.
Well, yeah, like, that is also wild. Like,
I'm telling
asking
you to
for feedback,
wild,
obviously, is like... That is the golden ticket, is like, oh, I'm looking for feedback from you.
Yes,
but
exactly.
It's like the other side of that is also people are bad at unprompted. Like, it's just like people just don't understand the sort of like framework for
I haven't had a
almost.
terrible amount of unprompted feedback. Is the thing where I'm like, I don't notice people, you know, trying to tell me how to stream a game. Or, like, I don't have a lot of people backseating anything about my streams, weirdly. Which is fine. I'm okay with that, because I honestly don't want it to be backseating how I do my streams.
It happens occasionally.
Honestly,
it happens to women a whole lot more, and it's, of course, horse shit, but, like, that is the way of it. It's just like, oh... You probably don't know this. It's like, they know that, you dumbass. Get out of here. But it's just one of those things that's so frustrating, because it's like, dude, all you have got to do is be like, hey, are you open to feedback? Of course, like, the thing is I say that, and it's like, of course that's not what's going to, like, the type of person that is going to roll into a stream and say something stupid as, like, unprompted feedback yeah, that's not the type of person that's like cognitive, like emotionally intelligent enough to be like, maybe this feedback is unwanted. Like they can't even think that hard. Like it's like, of course that's not gonna work.
I think the
So
only time
really,
I've
I'm
ever
just
given...
go ahead.
No, you finish.
No, I was
I'm bad at
I was
interrupting
just
people.
no, I was just rambling off into like I don't even remember what I was gonna say. It was unimportant rant conclusion. Merely a period to the statement. You can carry on.
Sometimes people ask for feedback and either only accept praise and strong points or a specific balance. Either it's a social problem from both ends and recipient and giver. Yeah, I think the only time I've ever actually given unprompted stream advice is quite literally to Poe the other day. Just once the other day. When I was telling him how the channel point system works on my channel and being like,
Yeah.
here's how you should do this, because as a YouTube streamer, this works flawlessly.
Yeah, it's just like there's also people are just not well trained in how you are supposed to give constructive feedback.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's also a challenge frequently.
I also think it's one of those things where it's like, at least from our perspective, it's like you and I at least know each other well enough to the point where I have insinuated that you understand that I would not care if you did not actually implement that as a stream thing.
Yeah, it's like yes. So it's obviously broadly speaking, like that sort of feedback conversation amongst friends is like it's a different sort of engagement. Obviously, it's like yeah. The other thing is like, and part of that, of course, is knowing the person you're talking to enough to be like, I know that I'm confident enough to just ignore feedback if I want to, and I know you have interacted with me enough to know that also. Like it's that know that also about me. So it's like everybody
it's like, as
is
I said,
fine.
I told you how to do the stream thing, but you and I clearly, without ever having to say a word to each other, both know that even though I gave you like the tips and showed you how to do it, I do not care if you actually implement it or not. I just thought it would be a helpful thing to show you.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, here's a thing you could do. It helped me massively. Consider doing the same. But honestly, I don't care either way because it's your stream. But it's like, I didn't have to go out and say that when I was showing you how to do the thing. I was like, I just really want to show you how to do it.
Yeah.
It's a cool thing.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how often like that using just the term feedback is not like really entirely what I'm getting at, I guess, because like feedback is a very specific term often used in like freaking, business and like collaborative environments of like whatever, as well as like product feedback, which is kind of a little bit of a different thing and all that stuff. It's just like lots of people need more opportunities to learn how to have, it's not even a difficult conversation, but like there's a sort of emotional intelligence of like how you should engage with someone when you are trying. Okay, I'm gonna use a term I'm gonna use a term that I use that I don't think anybody else uses. A style of friendly manipulation. Okay, manipulation has a very negative connotation to the word, which it usually does mean negative. But we don't actually really have a term for. Right, but we don't really have an alternative word that just means like it's functionally diplomacy in a sense, where you're like trying to get everyone to an end goal that ideally is mutually beneficial, because like everybody's trying to work out in a way, and it's like That is a
You know-
kind of engagement that people do not frequently get the opportunity to learn how to do. I am so gonna die
There
again.
There's technically a term for what you're suggesting, and it is the stupidest term that I've ever heard in my life. But it was one that one of my teachers tried to use, and I was just like, I'm never calling it that. Where someone called it enhanced betterment manipulation.
Good God, what a term.
It sounded so wrong back then. It sounds so wrong now. Enhanced betterment manipulation sounds like what your therapist should be doing, not your colleagues.
Yeah, there's a couple of books that
social management. That's a good term, Abdul. I like that term.
Yeah, that's not a bad term, actually. That's a little bit broader a term that covers, I think, a little bit more than sort of the narrower focus that I was sort of trying to convey, but it is still a useful term.
I think it's like it's one of those things where it's under the umbrella.
Yes, and broadly speaking, people need more opportunities to learn more about social management because people are not taught how to like get along in that fashion, and it shows frequently.
Yeah, that's true.
One of the big advantages of having worked for so long as a quality engineer is you have a lot of opportunities to hone in on how to do that when you are like the main part of your job is consistently going back to tell people that the thing they worked on all week sucks ass. So it's like a lot of opportunities to, you know, positive messaging and collaboration in aiming towards an end goal.
Funny enough, that's legitimately one of the reasons I was fired for a specific QA job was I was still very new, and I was a little too blunt with my QA feedback.
Yep, that is a thing that can happen.
Your UI sucks ass, my guy. I want to consider looking into how to better.
Yeah, it's not how you do it.
I mean, I was very new at the time, and so like, I'm trying to remember.
I am going to give
exactly what I
possibly.
Used,
all right, hold on. I have the most insanely timed object lesson to be done right now, as we have been talking about.
Did you
social
get a
management?
Scam?
No.
Aww.
But I am going to ask Slam VR in chat. Are you open to some feedback right now? Because you need to be given some feedback.
It is my opinion that you could
benefit. I'm just reading it.
It's like you could benefit greatly from the suggestion that I have for you. Are you open to it?
I don't know if they're still going to be here to respond, but I am gonna ask that.
So, one of those things is like, I told you, I know you know about my scam artist thing that goes on Poe, where it's like, I get scam artists trying to message me
you get
all the time.
Constantly.
It still happens, by the way. Like, I still get it once every, like, it's definitely a lot lesser now that I, like, learned how to fight back a little bit better. While still telling them to go fuck off, because it's entertaining to tell them to fuck off, but,
Valid.
This is one of those things where I'm like, yeah, this is something that every one of those scammers could benefit greatly of, because if you could learn how to do that, you could learn how to scam someone out of the art so much better.
Alternatively, you could also, like, learn to be, like, legitimate and not, if you are not a scammer, to stop looking like a scammer. Like,
Yep.
Just be normal.
Yep, that's fair.
No one
but-
wants to go to the hot springs with me.
Oh?
Yeah, you can invite people to go to the hot springs with you. I messed it up on Doom,
In
but
what?
everyone
Damn,
else
I
was
am-
like, "No,
man,
I
I
want to
am-
go."
In
I'm
what?
all aboard this struggle bus.
Hades, I'm doing
Oh,
a round
I
with your
see.
end because
Okay.
I finished the RV.
I see.
All right, allow me
Um,
to close the loop on my little object lesson here, if I may,
go for it.
as the person has not returned to respond to my request there. So let's talk about why that came up. Is that someone popped in my chat and asked me to shout out a friend. It's their birthday, which
I see. Yeah, that's a slippery slope.
is not an insane thing to ask. However, we have a few red flags, being that was this person's first message in my chat ever.
Yeah, that's.
They-
Oh,
that's-
see,
but
what I get.
They
That you
have
two
been
don't get.
apparently following for like 4 months, so they're not brand new, but they have not built
Interesting.
rapport.
What were you gonna
Anyway.
say, Snowy?
After
Yeah,
the Pofinish's point, that I could be like, "Oh, I get a thing of chat, a type of chatter that you guys don't get."
Oh.
Oh, I'm sure you do. Yeah, but it's just like it was just too timely on the subject of like social management to like know like how to engage, because even a first time chatter, I think there is a way to navigate that if you really want to, but like so little context given to be like, can you shout out my friend? Is like, okay, I don't know you.
Oh.
Hold on. I don't.
Yeah, see, when I'm on
I-
stream, I'm also of the mindset where I'm like, at this moment, as weird as it is to say, when it comes to random chatters, I am a friend. I am some stranger you met on the internet.
Well, yeah, like
If you get to know me
mm,
via talking in
yes.
chat, sure, we can become
that is correct.
friends.
That yeah, like
Until then,
that's
I am a
that's-
stranger you met 2 minutes ago.
yeah, that's the thing people seem to like. That's the weird ass parasocial thing that people don't seem to grasp, is that like what you did is the equivalent of like just walking up to my like, there's a bunch of us sitting around on the couch watching a thing, me play a game, and you just like walk in and you're like, hey, shout out my friend, and I'm like, who the hell are you? Like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Because, like, I liken my streams to me hanging out in my college days in my dorm room with my door open with people to walk in. And it's like, treat it that way. Like, that's the attitude you should have when you go to streams. Like,
Yep.
obviously, this is not for anybody here because we are all reasonable people. And, like, I do not have a giant audience of dumbasses who need lectured to. But
Okay.
just, like, generally, like, treat it that way, that you are, like, walking into someone else's space and, like, you can have an agenda to ask about something, but like, you have to approach it appropriately. You have to introduce yourself. You have to explain why you're there. You have to like be polite and figure your shit out. Like,
I want to hear
don't
Snowy's
be
thing,
an
and I
ass.
think I have
yes,
the perfect way to word this.
back to Snowy.
Yeah, so I get the people that are like, "Hey, draw this very random specific thing." So
Oh,
literally,
of
someone
course you
earlier
do.
today on YouTube that I just ignored entirely was Let me look at the message. They also deleted their message, but I still see it because it picks it up.
Of course you get that sort of person.
Yeah,
First
you already
time. Yeah,
We're
you
gonna
should
take care of it,
totally
like,
draw Frosh from Fairy Tale in a swimsuit. And I'm like, I don't know who that is. I will ignore them. And then they deleted their message after like 10 minutes, and I'm like, I still
Like,
see it
it-
though.
Just like,
Yep.
just chat for a little bit at least. Like, come on.
Here is how I think anyone and everyone should always interpret going to a random stream. The stream is their home. You saying hello
Yep.
is knocking on the door, nothing more.
Yeah.
That's it. That's like, consider it like that with like a real world person. I think you will never have issues again if you treat people like that on streams.
Yeah.
Because then it's also different. You say hello, that's your knock. You let them say hi back or talk back or like interact with you. That's how you then learn, because you need them to open up the door.
Yeah,
don't
you got, like...
go up to their house. Like, no one ever opens up someone else's door and be like, Jehovah's Witness!
I mean,
Do you have time? No, they'll at least knock, Snowy.
Just kick in
Fair.
the door.
Yeah, it's like, you don't open the door and scream inside of someone else's room, Jehovah's Witness! Or, like, at least if the door even is open, they're not just, like, you don't just go, hey, do you have time, sir or madam in there, to, like, talk about our Lord and Savior? Like, I have some really cool news about him for you. You're like, hey, is anyone home? Like, are you there? Like, you say hello first. And you saying hello is the knock on the door equivalent.
Whoops.
It's, you have to, if you want to start the conversation, that's fine. You can't treat starting the conversation like your best friends.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is entirely accurate. It's just, I don't understand.
What's really
I guess, honestly,
funny
the actual answer is that a lot of random yahoos on the internet are young, and so they do stupid things.
Yeah.
Like, that's... They are not as equipped to understand, like, how those social interactions should work. Which, in a lot of cases, is why when actually directly dealing with people on stream, I am broadly much more open to taking a much softer touch on, like, dealing with people. Granted, that's
Yeah.
easy because I don't have hundreds of viewers and I don't get dozens of these idiots every day. But, like...
So, I think it's worse for, like, me. Like, what you just said, I know that feeling, and it's getting worse for me right now in particular, too. Because I have the problem of trying to be on that other end and go up to people, be like, I know I'm, like, some random nobody that's, like, here for the first time. I'm just sending you this email being like, hey, would you want to try out my game demo before it releases?
Right.
And it's like, there is such a higher advanced level of, like, communication you actually have to have in that mindset.
Yes.
That is so hard to navigate, and I'm like, I'm feeling it right now.
Yes, it is.
Because I'm going up to people doing that, being like, oh my god, am I asking too much? I feel like I am.
Yeah.
But then that's also when it gets really funny, at least in my perspective, because then, yeah, I get the people being like, I hope you're not, like, I hope you're looking for criticism on this game demo I'm trying. And I'm like, yeah?
Yes.
That's the whole
Very
point.
much so.
So, like, it's really funny to me that it's, like, it's both sides of the field are happening simultaneously. Where people are like, I'm not sure how much feedback you're open to. And I'm like, I gave it to you
All of it.
on purpose.
Scobalts, the incredible thing is this conversation had started prior to that chat happening,
Yeah.
which made it even more incredible.
I mean,
Scobalts
this conversation
asking if
comes up
this...
a lot.
It does. But Scobalts was asking if this conversation was in response to that message, and the incredible thing is that it wasn't. It happened in the middle, which is like... Which is why I was just like, I have got to address this right now, because this is the single most, like, read the room moment I have ever seen. Like, I have got to tackle this.
I think what's really weird that I'm, like, just now kind of noticing is that I need to come up with a term for this now, but I'm like, we all have kind of just now mentioned that we have our each and own, like, scam artists, essentially. Like, for me, what the equivalent is like the scam artists that come in. But it's like, for you, it's like some child that just doesn't know better and has, like, bad mannerisms. Or for Snowy, it's like someone who comes in and asks them to draw something. I'm like, it's so wild how they're so different, but it's the same experience.
Yeah.
That, like, this has to be some kind of ongoing phenomenon that I just
Well,
don't know how to word said phenomenon properly. That it's like, it clearly happens to more than just me, but it's not always the same. But the same phenomenon.
It's just antisocial behaviors is generally.
I think everyone's haven't been doing good since I decided to. I guess that's kind of the point.
Yeah, like some of it is like the fact that like some people just do not know better, but then I feel like people may be intentionally on the scam side of things, like making use of the fact that some people don't know any better so that they look like they get to be in the same group as like dumbass kids instead of villainous asshats.
Maybe. Oh, you know what I didn't get to bring up, but just thought about again now though is you want to know the wildest part about this though? Is I met a person that is part of a part of one of the friends that streams. They have like their own Discord with a bunch of people that stream and whatnot. And they're like a little bit of a bigger streamer. There's a person in their Discord who puts their art in the self promo every so often.
Sure.
And it's exactly what I see in those scam artists.
Oh no.
And I'm just like, they've been here for this long and are only posting specifically in a self-promo channel, like, responsibly. Like, are you just that bad at art? Or, like, what's happening?
Well, and that's,
There is
yeah,
something to be
like,
said about the people who aren't self-aware enough that their skill level is too low to, you know, do like actually make money from selling art.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, you and I know that better than anyone.
Yeah.
That one person.
Yeah,
That's
that
great.
man, that whole like talking space is such a like a minefield of suck, right? Because it's like
Yeah.
you have so many people who are not quite skilled enough, but like need money, and it's just like, man, I don't
They
know
think
what
they
to
can do it.
tell you. And it's like, yeah, it's such a spicy meatball.
Yeah, me and Snowy end up talking about it a lot more because we're in a lot of, like, convention-based chats.
Yeah, and much more of the art scene than I am.
Yeah, and, well, there's also, like, there's an ongoing saga of a single person in particular that me and Snowy keep, like, gossiping to each other about. Of this person who has, like, I'm gonna say it, it's not good art. It's just, it is just bad art. But additionally,
Scobaltz makes a kind of an interesting point about that person. It says, I feel like they saw the scam art and thought if someone's making money with that art, I can too, not knowing it's a scam. That's a possibility.
Answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't.
That is
you can never
definitely
say
something.
it is the answer because it really is impossible to say what is going on.
Yeah, for sure. But it's like every sort of person is out there.
Yeah, so we've seen there's this one person in a specific like chat or conventions and whatnot, and like the artist convention, like artist alley chats.
Oh, Doc, I was like, which person are you talking about? The crash out person?
Yes, crash
Ah.
They've been on several crash outs now, though, in this chat.
I think 3 times.
3 times? Okay. So
It's 2 or 3.
It is always about how their art doesn't sell at conventions. And
No, they haven't been to a convention. It's more like small local markets, so they're not like.
Still, it's like a local convention.
Yeah,
like,
I guess.
It's small scale, but it's the same principle of the thing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying. I'm trying to explain it in like a easy to understand sort of.
I see.
Yeah. So, but they've been on multiple crash outs about how their stuff isn't selling. And people have been giving them like suggestions and feedback, and my favorite part about this person is they are the type to argue every bit of feedback you give them.
Bro, okay, I didn't say this one, but they'll argue anything that doesn't agree with them because we were talking about we were just talking about a convention because everyone's like, oh, it's kind of far away that we're going to, and I was like, you know, you can drive, you can take the subway or whatever, but they were like, but I don't have a car. And I'm like, I said you can take the subway. So
or the
it's
other thing.
the other part of the sentence.
You know, that makes them even worse now that I know. Because, as I said, I will admit I've seen their art and I do not like it whatsoever. And honestly, after they keep saying like what does sell, I'm like, are you sure people aren't buying this out of pity?
Yeah, well, and I mean, honestly, that is some part of also why, like, I never tried to sell any model work or anything, amongst some other reasons. But, like, man, I do not want to freaking try to navigate that whole thing. Yeah, it's complicated, man.
It is a really tough challenge to navigate. I 100% agree.
It is. It is.
Especially coming from the person who's in the middle of doing this navigation.
Yeah, it's rough.
It's not easy. And I've been having time with this. But like, yeah, so their art is like A, that bad, and then B, they also continuously get like feedback still on like how to actually improve, and as I said, they'll either argue it or show zero self-improvement.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I've seen their setup for an actual, like, how they would set up their booth or whatever, summit. And every single time I'm like, I wouldn't stop there. You're putting all the
But now
focus
that you
on
know all this
things.
about them, you want to really talk with them in person to see what they're like.
I do. Yeah. From a, like, personal standpoint, this isn't, like, an offense to anyone who thinks that they are this person or not. I don't know who, like, I don't even know the actual name of the person unless I go and check. I just don't care. I know them as the Crash Out person, that's it.
One day I'll be the Crash Out person.
But what I want to do is, like, actually talk to someone like them, like, face-to-face, full-on conversation therapy style. Also nice. Got a cat.
Got a cat.
See. But yeah, like, face-to-face therapy style. And I want to be like, why do you do this?
A big problem, like,
through the process. Let me understand how your brain gets from A to B, so I can see where you go wrong along. Because that's all I want to know. Where's the cat?
The challenge with that
I can equip them next time, but they've just joined me for now.
Sort of thing is that I'm inclined to believe that people that end up like that, I shouldn't say end up like that. It's not like that is their terminal state. Yeah, that are behaving like that, I think is usually reasonable indication that they do not yet have the skill to do the level of introspection that you are asking of them. If they could do that, they wouldn't be that. Like,
but that's okay. That's the thing, is you don't have to have them do the introspection part. You just have to, like, trick them into doing it. You have to socially manipulate them.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, but it's just like, at that point, it's pulling teeth from a chicken.
But that's why I'm like, okay, I want to know.
Hey, if you like pulling teeth from chicken, go for it, but like...
No, it's like, that's why I said was, I would want to ask how their brain gets from A to B. Walk me through every step of the process. Rubber duck me. So I can hear exactly what step you lose.
I personally do not have the patience. So, like, if that's a thing you like, man...
I think it's fascinating
awesome.
To be like...
you're not entirely wrong. That is true, but man, I don't have the patience to sit down and try to navigate. You know what? This might be too many guys. I just spawned 4 bosses. That might be too many.
Oh, you're doing the boss ones too?
I may, yeah, that might have been more than I wanted.
Yeah, I don't usually do the mountain. I call it the mountain challenge because it's that's
Yeah,
what
the
usually is for
mountain.
brain to
Yeah,
shred
it
the
is.
mountain.
I may have bit
but-
off more than I am prepared to chew at the moment. Oh my god, that was so much damage that I just took.
Yeah, I don't
My
normally
ass is-
do that. I usually
my
just like
ass is
increase the
cooked.
actual difficulty because difficulty doesn't increase bosses; it only increases enemy spawn rate. Which is why
Shield,
maybe the
save me.
difficulty doesn't affect bosses per se.
Oh my god. Oh, it's too much. Which is a shame. This was a pretty good run going, and then I did this to myself.
But like, yeah. So a recent thing that happened with me though is I got very, and I mean very hooked on software drama.
Oh yeah, I went down that rabbit hole like whoa as well.
I had
That
been
was an
following
adventure.
it since the original like WoW crash out, and was like, okay, I need to know how bad this is and where it happened. So I was like one of those people that got to see every video that was made a little bit ahead of the curve.
Damn it!
Where it's like
I took too long.
a few days after the WoW thing was one of the videos that talked about like his old history and actually like calling him out on some older things that he had done. But it wasn't a popular video, it was just a video that did it, and I'm like, getting to see that extra early, I was like, oh, this is gonna be really funny to watch how the Zeitgeist evolves around this. Like, I just need to know. And I think that's where it's like, that's where I really get into it, is I want to know the difference. You know, like, he went through that whole thing where he went to that one, like, therapist streamer and had to
Boy,
sit down
that was
chat.
that was a rough few clips to watch. I didn't watch the whole stream, but man, oh man.
I've watched the
Oh,
whole
I don't
stream
think I
now
saw this
because-
one. Oh, hey, look.
I've watched the whole stream now because I was like, I need to know. When you say you haven't seen this one, are you referring to that pirate software drama thing, Snowy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think the dude's name is like Dr. K or something.
He seems like a cool
something
guy
like
at
that.
least.
He's a chill dude. I've watched a few of his streams before, which is why I was able to like find and watch his actual stream pretty easily, but basically what he does, Snowy, is he cannot legally call it therapy because of how that
Yeah.
works.
Confidentiality, all that, you know.
Yeah. But it
Yeah, it's like
essentially is
you're-
like streamed therapy of like, if you're willing,
Yeah.
come on the show and we will do a funny therapy talk session and like see how you would handle my kind of therapy, essentially.
Mhm.
And oh man, was Pirate Software funny. Like, I think the best thing to come out of that entire stream is the most popular quote, of course, of at one point he says, Dr. K is like telling him how he's coming across to people, and Pirate
Yeah.
Software's response was, well, it sounds like this, but in reality it's this. And they're like on the topic of arrogance and how people can sound arrogant. And so yeah, Dr. K was like, I want you to listen to this sentence and realize that this is the most arrogant thing you could have possibly said.
Yeah.
And his
Man, oh,
response
man.
to that statement was, see, I don't see it that way.
I don't see it that way. Yeah, it's super
Just like,
dismissive.
what do you mean?
Oh boy, what
like,
a
the actual
Gosh, that was a-
like licensed therapist response was quite literally, no, I'm telling you this is a fact. This
It's
isn't
like,
like
no.
a personal thing. This is a fact.
Yeah, man, freaking Pirate Software like turned out to be just the crazy like. Oh, hey, Muse, how's it going? I don't know
think-
why he went on that on that show. Honestly,
I think I only went down that rabbit hole because honestly, from day one, I had not liked Pirate Software, and I got really mad at people who kept like referring to me as pirate software because
Oh,
I also
yeah.
do programming. And
That's
I'm
such a
like,
leap.
Not only that, but I'm like, I don't like the dude. So you saying this just makes me feel uneasy. But it's like, I can't say I don't like him because of something I could physically prove at the moment. I was saying this as a person who just does not like the vibe and whatnot that's going on. So I'm like, clearly
Yeah.
there is something more that's under the hood that I don't like, and I haven't really gotten into it. And I think it was like literally a few days before the actual WoW stream that I saw a different clip of him, and I had decided to go into his chat and ask the perfect question for me to understand him as a streamer and a game developer. Whereas I gave the most generic asshole response or like message of like, hey, I've been trying to get into game making. I just want to know like where's a rough place to start. I know you have your whole spiel on like how things work. I just like I don't know how to tell what works for me. And he just kind of dismissed it and went into the spiel anyway.
That's it.
And I was like, okay, so what I'm not personally liking right now is that if you're going to give someone advice,
Owie.
the problem is you cannot give people generic advice because it doesn't work.
Well, and that's really the thing that is like so effectively duplicitous is a little bit of the harsh word, more harsh than I intend, though that is kind of the outcome of like how effectively he utilized the shorts, because it's like,
yes,
in that context, the generic advice is extremely effective, though not necessarily useful. Like, it's effective
exactly.
at attention getting.
Yeah, so what my thought process was, is if he already had the short, and someone is coming in there and asking him, hey, how do I get started on making a game? If he had referred me to the short, I don't think I would have felt as bad as I did when he like just went back into the same spiel and like ignored the majority of what I was essentially asking. And in so doing, ended up proving my point of like, I don't think he actually cares.
Yeah, well, not only does he not seem to necessarily care, but like his knowledge is probably not nearly as deep as
he
would put forward. Yeah, like that's the other piece, is that like,
hey guys, did you know I worked at Bungie for like a quarter of a week during some random month? That's like legitimately a thing I've done, which is why I was like, I'm trying to come up with a funny, but goddamn it, can I not do this? Because like I helped a friend who was trying to design something for Destiny 2. That's it. That's all I did.
So
I'm in the credits, but like it's really funny to be like, yeah, I worked on Destiny 2.
Total tangent, but like on the subject of Destiny 2, man, is Destiny 2 in a rough spot in the fact that in my last Humble Bundle, I got freaking Destiny 2 and a bunch of its expansions, and I was like, oh, nobody's playing that game right now, are they? I was like, I know what that means.
It's not in a rough spot. It's not in a rough spot. It's dead. It's gone.
Yeah, like I got that. I was like, oh, that's cooked.
Their newest update effectively sunset 80% of what you just got to.
It's crazy to me that like that is continuing to be the thing they're doing. Like, oh yeah, we'll just get rid of content. It's like, why would you do that? Like,
this is
there
why
are
I like
so many alternatives to that.
This is why I like ESO so much more, is like they're doing an MMO the right way now, which is like they're not sunsetting content, they're just rebalancing it.
Well, and the thing
but they rebalance it via like making. I know ESO is also its own thing because they are a very generic MMO, so to speak, of like
Yeah.
they are an entrance level MMO. I guess is the best way to word it. It's really good for starting out learning how to do fun hardcore MMO stuff. It's not super effective at keeping you there the entire time you're doing it, which is fun.
Yeah.
But it's still really fun to go back to and see all the new stuff they have, like now and then as a result. And like, it really is just like Elder Scrolls MMO.
Yeah.
It is ESO. It's Elder Scrolls Online. That's all it's doing, and it's really good at what it does. And I applaud it for that. But yeah, anyway, like as I was saying, I'm just like I
Jesus,
didn't like
so
that Pirate Software, sorry, back on this day, it was like so
Yeah.
dismissive of what he like was supposed to be a pioneer of.
Like allegedly his core sort of standpoint. Yeah.
Where it's like, I'm at a small enough point right now, if someone asked me the same question, I guarantee you would not expect the response I give. Which is like, as I said, I will teach anyone how to make a game. My response to, okay, how do I, like, get into game making? I'm just gonna tell you, I don't fucking know. 'Cause I don't know a thing about. I don't know anything that tells me about your hobbies, your interests, what kind of game you would want to make.
Holy
like,
shit!
how much programming knowledge you already have. There is so many different things that you need to know to make an actual game. I don't mean like I don't mean make a game as in like, yeah, I went on Scratch and made Snake. Yeah, anyone can pick that up. I'm talking like you need a next tier level of knowledge to actually put out a video game. And so if you are asking me how to make a game, I need to know about you first. Because I don't know who you are. Like, Poe, I know. Poe has a background in computer science.
Yo.
That makes it really easy for me to tell Poe how to look. Like, he already knows how to look up things. And that's the biggest part of programming. So I don't need to tell him that. Instead, what I would end up doing is being like, what engine are you using? And once I know the engine, being like, okay, so here are the keywords you're going to use. Because that's what you need at that stage, is you need the keywords that work with the engine you're using. But that's all you need. You don't actually need more than that from me at the moment.
No! Died. How dumb way to die.
You wouldn't need me, Poe, to tell you how an array works.
No, I would not.
But sometimes people will ask a game when that's like the actual like thing I need to know is that you don't know how an array works. That means you're going to make a worse game than I could.
It's like, yeah, you're gonna need to go do some basic learning.
And so like I've been going through this with a friend for I think it's effectively been only a couple of days in terms of like how many times they've actually been with me doing this.
Holy.
But like as I've been going through it, it's very obvious that he has basic level knowledge of like how programs work, what they do, how x equals y equals z, etc. And it's like, now that I know he knows that, I can talk to him about specific things. Like today, we went through, and I told him about, I don't know if I was going to know this term, but Snowy actually might, I told him about what root motion animation is.
What was that?
Root motion animation.
No, I'm not familiar with the term.
Okay, so very, very easy descriptor. Root motion animation is that little bit of math that tells the model not to move when you do an animation, but still play the animation. So like if you have a lunge forward, you don't actually move a couple pixels forward at the end of it all. Or like when you have a walk animation and you see it walking in place, that's root, essentially, in play. It's playing
That
the
makes sense.
animation, but they're not moving the model, because it does need to be two separate bits of math. There's a root and motion. Those are the two bits of math. When you walk with your feet, you are moving a model. So the root motion is it's saying, don't move the model, move the feet. And we had to go through this because, like, he wanted to, he was talking about how he wanted to make a Souls-like experience. And I'm just like, a lot of people would be surprised at how easy a Souls-like game is to make. But also how hard it is at the same time. Because programming a Souls-like is the easiest thing you will do in your life.
Yeah, and then all the game design comes in.
Then all the design and animation comes in, and animation is the thing that makes or breaks a roguelike. Or not a
Yeah,
Souls-like.
that would
Where
make
it's like-
sense.
Because a big part, at least from what I think about when I think about a Souls-like, is that bit of how weapons actually have like their own combos and weight to them and whatnot.
Yeah.
And like there's the bit of a play style between all those sorts of things. And I'm like, for that one, you really do need to know when to turn root motion on and off. Because something like a walk, your model should not have motion. He needs to walk in place and you need to move him yourself. That's just an unfortunate like circumstance of programming as long as we have in that no matter what engine you use. Unless you're going out of your way to learn how to, like, you know, properly do the root motion model walking, and that's how you play your animations, you need the root motion on. But again, it's like, I got on this tangent because I knew Donut well enough to tell him that this is what he needs to be focused on learning. I didn't have to tell him how to learn the things. He knows how to Google something. And he knows how things work. And so once he knows like what he's in, I can tell him what keywords he's supposed to be looking for, like I would for you.
Right. Well, this is going
If
pretty
you're
well.
careful, like, if you're doing essentially what I did in Pirate Software Stream, and just walking in and saying, hey, how do I make a game? My legitimate answer is, I don't fucking know. I don't know anything about you. How would I know how to tell you to make your own game?
Yeah, there's just a lot of follow-up questions that have to start coming up to get somewhere. Oh, shit.
Exactly. And it's like, to me, too,
Oh, no. I let myself get greedy. Damn
I know
it.
it's insanely misleading and potentially malicious. But I'm like, in all reality, that's what I did with you today, Poe.
What do you mean? Just like
I got all those follow-ups I needed. I know what kind of game
Yeah,
you want
I mean,
to make.
that's-
Like, I know what you're interested in. I know what's... Like,
It's just called a
knowing that-
conversation.
I know, but that sort of thing is like, it does tell me how I can help you improve personally if you ever decide you need help, right? Like, as of right now, I know, yeah, you probably don't need that much help. You do
Yeah.
a lot of it, if not all of it, on your own. But it's like, the moment you ask me for help, A, I know you're probably going to come to me with whatever you actually need help with. And B, I now know exactly what level of information to give you as that form of help. Because I know what kind of game you're making, I know... Well, I don't know what engine you're using, obviously.
Godot.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You are using Godot. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's something else.
That's the Godot, at least. Anyway.
Yeah, it's like-
Unrelated.
I know.
So I was good. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your...
Well, I was just gonna say unrelated. Scobolts was asking if any of us play Throne and Liberty. Is that a game that you've been playing? No, I'm trying to figure out why I've heard that name. Now that I'm thinking about it, I have to go look it up. It's like I've heard that name.
But yeah, so like all those questions are exactly what Pirate Software definitely didn't care enough to do with any of the people
Yeah,
that ever asked
not even
him
a little bit.
how to make a game. And I'm like, that tells me a lot, because that tells me he doesn't actually care.
Yeah.
And then there was also like a little bit of arrogance in the way he worded things that led me to like think a couple
Yeah,
days before the whole situation where I
he's-
was like, hang on, the way you told me what to look into and whatnot, I feel like you assume that your style is the
Ouch.
correct style. And I don't know that that's the case. But, like, I genuinely just didn't know enough about him to tell whether it was exactly what was putting me off of him, or if it was an actual problem. And then the last situation happened, and I'm like, I fucking knew it.
Yeah, it's
like, I
incredible
knew-
the difference of like the shorts to like listening to sort of the rest of his whole
All the
shtick
other
and being like,
context.
oh wait, you give bad vibes.
You mean once you give context to this man, you no longer enjoy it? Jeez.
Yeah, it's like, oh
So I
man.
guess people had to actually pay attention to a stream before they could just assume they know a person.
Honestly, the big crazy thing is like the amount of coding that does not happen on development streams. Like, holy shit.
I didn't put
that
today as a development stream, but I did write my game down as my own game. It's because like I was talking about game development. I don't care. It's
like
my own stream.
we just freaking chilling, man.
Yeah,
But like
I'll show and do what I want. If people want to see the game, I'll show it off. I haven't.
oh man, the way like all of the code reviewers and stuff that went back to take a look, it was like, yeah, I had to go through like 36 hours of streams to find, you know, these 3 screenshots to talk about it. It's like, damn.
Yup. Okay, game, can I please get levels now? I kind of need them when you're throwing this many storms at me. I upped the difficulty a little too much, and there's only 2 minutes remaining, so I need to get the levels before I start the boss fight, because
Yeah.
otherwise I'm gonna die. But no, it's like it definitely is what led me to like the certain little bit of arrogance where I was like, okay, yeah, I don't know how I feel about him at the moment because he's not answering this the way I think a developer should on stream. And that
Yeah,
could just be
well,
me. So I don't know per se if this is what's wrong or not. And then the WoW clip happened, and I was like, do you not know how to apologize? Or like, admit you're wrong or something?
No, no, no. Yeah, but man, it's
No, he really
interesting
doesn't.
to me. No, not at all. Broadly speaking, how those like weird little things that like almost imperceptible. That one you have a little bit better of a grasp on, but like go to a stream and like you hang out for like a half hour and you're like, no, like there's just something about
yeah.
like the way they interact, the like, and it's funny the degree to which you come back later and you find out, oh no, they were an ass. Like, no, they were. It's unfortunately so common because like the tools of that sort of much less positive manipulation, much negative manipulation, are the tools that will drive to success, like
Yeah.
as a content creator broadly. Like that will just help you successfully build an audience just by being, not necessarily by being an ass, but by having that facade and having the right tools at your disposal and the having the willingness to simply be an ass of that sort. You know, it's like,
Speaking of, you know what Pirate Software in particular also actually like basically made me realize, I guess is the best term to use, in the specific context of I think I have a weird superpower. So I always had the sort of like the feeling that I like to call the superpower that I can speak of the devil thing. I don't often talk about or think about something a lot right before it actually happens.
Oh, that's too
And
many
I used
dudes.
to think about it just in a gaming sense of like I thought I could just predict what games were coming out in a really good way because I was like, this is gonna happen a lot or whatnot, or like, I guess in a more broad context, not too long ago, I actually told Snowy, I was like, this is gonna be the year of pirate games, some pirate stuff.
So many dudes.
And throughout that entire year, there was a ton of pirate news.
Hey, could you
And I thought,
can you make it the year of the Met game next time? Thanks.
I don't think that is the superpower per se.
Sure.
I think it is still Speak of the Devil, but I think what it is I have some uncanny level of perception that my brain cannot recognize. And I
You're
think
just picking up the cues.
I think it's because I think Pirate Software led me to this because I've realized that every time I talk to a friend about a streamer they like but I don't like, I'm just like, something's off about them, and then later on something happens and I'm like,
Yep. Turns out.
I feel like I called it, but I didn't because I couldn't possibly know what was wrong. And like, the other weird case that it happened of that I didn't realize it until way later was like specifically JonTron.
Oh,
I used
yeah.
to love JonTron stuff, and then at one point I was just like, JonTron's not that good right now. It's like, I feel like I don't like what he's putting out. Like something went wrong here, and I can't quite put my finger on it. And now there's been a lot of stuff that's gone out of it. I'm like, hey,
All right then. Yeah, I feel like I do that
vindication.
similarly with a variety of streamers. Mostly in the streaming space is where that's happened to me, because I'd spend like some time perusing around to try to find people, and I'm just like,
I feel like
nope.
it's like a weird, uncanny level for me of like, I can always put together exactly when and what about it's going to happen with, but I can never tell what the problem is. I know where the problem is. I don't know what the problem is. And I think that's like the distinctive difference. Okay, I need to turn on something, potentially. Ah, 20% more nearby damage to enemies. I see. Earn money moving around.
Those assholes.
What?
I never noticed that.
What? What's up?
That those merchant jerks, when they sell to you and they leave, they say thanks, idiot. And I was like, how dare you?
Yep. They will always call you an idiot.
Also, Scobalts was speaking curses over here in the Met game space because I was asking for news, and he claimed that breaking news scientists proved that Met games cause hair loss, and I was like, how dare you? Freaking don't speak that evil at me.
What's a Met game?
A mech game.
Like mech.
Like Armored Core and that ilk.
I thought you said like MET, and I was like, what?
No, mech.
Yeah.
Alas, no. I'm not. I too would be confused as to what a Met game is.
Mission Impossible Theatrical.
That would be a MIT
Anything?
game.
You said MIT.
I heard MET. Maybe she did say MIT, and I wasn't listening.
So is it MIT or MET?
MET. Yeah. E.
Okay, not Mission Impossible. Okay. Hang on, I got you. I can do this.
Mission Entertaining?
No. That's too close to my, my totally patented, not actually, Mission Runner label for games.
Excuse me, coming through. Excuse me. I need to go get to the boss door. There we go.
MET. Oh, you know what? It's still close. Mini Entertainment Theatrical. It's those little like movie style games.
Gobolts points out that it was that would also be just a game about a single Mets player. Oh, I did too many again.
You know, that works too.
Did not notice that I had found 3 goddamn boss spawner increases. Oh, I've made terrible errors.
I think mini entertainment theatrical is better though.
Oh god. It's too much.
One of those like little like interactive movies almost.
Sure, why
You know
not?
what I'm
Why
talking
won't I? I think so, yeah. Yeah, great. Allow me to just spawn 8 bosses simultaneously. I'm sure that'll be fine.
I mean, you're the one who did it to yourself. You gotta stop touching those shrines.
It's true. I did it. That's the thing I did. But they're like free chests, man.
What?
Well, because every one of the bosses drop a chest.
Yeah, but you need to beat the boss, so it's not a free chest.
It's free.
No, that's not.
Or
how
it's
free
death.
works.
It's either free or it kills you. So
That's not free.
It's like a
then.
mountain, man. Mountains are free.
that's free. It has no
No.
cost.
It does have a cost. Your difficulty.
Nah.
That's exactly
Losing's
what
just
that.
part of the game. Hey, a bomb.
So is moving.
It's fine. Bam!
But yeah, no, it's like I think Fire Software led me on that whole bit where I was like, I realized I'm a pretty good judge of character, and then I thought about it more, and I'm like, I'm a pretty good judge. I feel like
I have a pretty damn good track record of meeting people on the internet / in streaming as well. So it's like I have not yet stumbled into trying to be friends with somebody who was a total ass basket, which, you know, way to go, me.
I mean, there was close with me commenting on your streams, so I could have been a dick.
You
Ruined your
do
trick.
like to cause me problems, but that's
Okay, that's entirely different. I got to know you well enough before I started the gaslighting friendship.
that is true. That is true.
You got yourself banned from Tumblr for that, man.
That was funny. Getting the full story of that later was really funny.
But that's what sells it, is you have to have the full story before you can give the full story, and I'm like, okay, but if that's the case, that means, like, I gotta go through the effort of doing that, and I think there's not a lot of people who are willing to commit to the bit quite literally. And that's where I'm setting myself apart. I will commit to the bit and make this happen.
You will. I am far too lazy to commit to the bit, but I applaud you for doing so on your end.
So much funnier. And it's one of those things where if you commit to the bit, more often than not, the bit ends up being something that both people actually get entertainment and enjoyment out of, where it's like,
that is true.
No harm, no foul prank. Like,
That
a
is
literal
true.
harmless prank. Like, my teacher used to say that my college teacher specifically had the quote of, he doesn't like pranks because every prank is just you lying to someone. And I'm like, you're right, but also, you
there
can
are
do that
ways
in a
to
way
do
that
it.
isn't harmful.
Alright, okay. It's time to go. 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 Go, 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 go.
You can definitely lie to someone without it being a bad, harmful prank.
You can.
possible.
You absolutely can.
And I think
That
that's what
requires
sets...
a level of emotional intelligence to just not be an ass.
Yeah, that a lot of YouTubers...
Man, remember the freaking prank era of YouTube? Boy, was that...
Yeah,
shitty.
I was just thinking about that as a listener. I was like, man...
God damn. I'm glad that is out of popularity at this point.
Like, I think my favorite harmless pranks are, like... I don't know if anyone else has seen these clips, but there's, like, specifically the janitor who has, like, a very weighted mop. And he'll just, like... He just cleans gyms as, like, an actual, like, side job, too. And so what he'll do is he'll, like, ask people to hold the mop, and they're, like, bodybuilders, but so is he, in reality, where he, like, he actually is really buff. But he hides it under his, like, clothing and uniform and whatnot.
See, that stuff, that's the good stuff. I like...
Yeah, and it's,
those
like,
are the
it's-
best stuff.
it's really funny as a result because yeah, the prank works. He picks up the mop. He can't lift it. He's like, what the hell is this? So the guy just takes the mop back. He's like, okay, no harm, no foul. Like the worst that happens is the mop falls over. Who cares?
Yeah.
And then he'll usually
Literally
go and like, lift
no
some
problem.
really funny, heavy, large amount of weights that people are like, you shouldn't be able to lift that because you don't look like you have it. But it's like the secret is all in, the clothing he wears. Oh, great. Swarm incoming.
Ow. Oh,
But
God.
it's like that alone is a very relatively harmless prank.
Yeah, it is, for sure.
And it's like, I would say that if you do a prank like that, I think you're fine. Okay.
I agree.
It's fun.
I agree.
There's also the other end of making sure certain people are in on it. That counts. Where it's like one of my absolute favorite YouTubers. People will know exactly who I'm talking about when I say either of the two names. But it's either, he either has the name of Red Padre or Scumbag Dad.
What a name.
Double cases.
And he is the funniest satirical comedy like YouTube clip maker. Of like he'll take those bits that people actually like do and think they work and whatnot, and he will over exaggerate them to the point of absolute absurdity. Where he's like, can I get 1,000 burgers from the homeless? And then he goes out and just like when they say no, he like takes them out back and beats them. And you're just like, okay. You're like, okay, clearly this isn't like the same thing.
Right.
And it's like he'll do that, or one of the newest ones is he's taking the trend that's really funny to me of people trying to I think it's like the official term is like racist.
Oh.
Someone will be flirting with girls and then a random stranger will go in and hype them up. But like for content, and it'll be like, hey, you remember me? I'm that dude you like helped do his homework in class one time, usually.
Right.
And people are like stupid about it, but they're obviously like making content off of this for the sake of making content.
I see that a lot as like a comment like bit on like a video or whatever, or somebody's, and everybody goes like, oh, I remember you from like this thing. Oh man, are you the one who saved my mom when she was falling down the stairs? It's just like increasingly ridiculous things.
Those are favorite new one he has is someone doing like they're doing exactly that, where they're all just like, hey, do you remember me from like XYZ whatnot? But it's like the first dude is just like, I'm that dude you helped move into my apartment next door that one time. We used to like live near each other or whatever. And like, yeah, that's great. And then the next dude comes in and he's like, do you remember how you helped like donate me that liver that one time? Man, you really saved my life. And then another person comes in and he's like, man, do you remember when you donated all that money to that puppy foundation I used to raise? All those puppies are cured of cancer. Cured of cancer now. And it's so much funnier when he has, like, he'll always do a bit at the end, too. That's either you get juked or you don't. And you never know which one it's going to be, which is what makes it funnier. And so, like, the one I watch, it does do a fake out of some dude who rolls up in a tank. And he's like, do you remember when we served together in that platoon? Like, back in, like, the Vietnam War or whatever? And it sounds like he is trying to hype him up, but then his follow-up was like, man, you slaughtered all those women and children, like 500 cities dead. And it's just like, it's funny because it's harmless. You know everyone is in on it, very clearly.
Yeah.
There's no way someone's not in on that. From like any end of the spectrum, if that's the final moment. Everyone's obviously in on it, or like just as ridiculous as it gets, you know that they're in on it. Because that's just how it works.
Yeah, It's the bit. And honestly, that honestly is in a lot of ways less problematic when you go to that extent to be like, clearly everyone is in on the bit, than the shit that's like
Janitor with
the believable stuff where everybody is on the bit, but then now it's like
Oh, yeah.
disinformation to the extent, because it's like, oh, I guess this is a true thing, and it's like, no, everybody's in on it, but they're just lying to you. Like, now you're the one getting screwed.
Yeah, he himself, like Brad Padre, has actually talked about that, where he has said that his one major moral is that he will never manipulate the viewers specifically.
Yeah, and
he did the thing himself too, where he was giving that like speech on how he won't manipulate the viewer, and he went so absurd into it of being like, I don't care if I have to like actually beat up some homeless man on the side of a street without ever letting him know that this is all a prank and that he's going to be compensated. As long as you, the viewer, can understand that this was all a prank from the get-go, it works. And it's like, you know he's joking. You know he's telling you that everyone is in on it without actually telling you. But that's the point. And I feel like that's what's like extra funny about it. It's like, clearly he knows about, yeah, the social manipulation aspects and how to not do it properly.
Yeah, that is definitely good, because there's so much. It's the weirdest like, I don't know, shift that has been a failure of like, as soon as everybody got phones in their hands and
nuts.
Well, yeah, and like the content generation became like TikTok shorts, Facebook actually, and like YouTube shorts and TikToks and things, and it's like suddenly people are like so much faster to believe like, oh yeah, these are real people doing real things, instead of like, bro, no, they're just doing a show. Like, when it was on the TV, people were like, oh, obviously they had to have a budget, and half of this, they're just actors. But then, like, as soon as it was on phones, people are like, yeah, that must be my neighbor or something. And it's like, bro, it's the same. It's not different.
Like, you know what's extra interesting to me about that too? Is that in specific, YouTube itself never actually got that. And I think it's a result of, you know, YouTube always having a different sort of base audience in general. Of like, videos used to have to be edited. Live wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
And during those editings, people would make comedy shorts. So YouTube got accustomed to comedy shorts. People like Smosh existed, and like
yeah, and
fucking
well,
JonTron and whatnot.
And there was also the transition of like gimmick sites that I can't think of exactly, like that transitionary period, like just pre-YouTube, right, where like everything was a super bit, because like it was a lot of work to upload something, right? Like, so much work. It wasn't expensive, but it was so much work. And then we went into YouTube, where it was a little easier, but it was still enough work that you'd be like, I know that these people are putting a lot of effort, because they're the weird nerds that even have a camera that can record and then put something on the internet. Like, that I think transitionary period helped YouTube. But anyway, carry on with what you're saying.
No, it's as you also did earlier. Like, that was more of a capstone of the bit being like, it's it's nice to see that certain places don't actually have that same, I guess, air of misinformation to them.
Yeah, because it's almost like also that the transition from watching stuff on the TV to watching stuff on the PC was like an acceptable and understandable transition, that as soon as it went to phones was too much like, well, really it's because the equipment to view is the exact same equipment to make. Like, you are watching on the thing that can make it, so you see it and you're like, oh, I could make this right now. Like, I have the tool in my hand to do the thing that I am looking at as we speak. And it's like, that very circumstance is what made people, like, sort of unable to understand that the people that are making the content are not necessarily just like you. Because, like, they're still specifically making content, whereas, like, you're just a normal-ass person
I'm just vibing.
doing stuff. Exactly. Like, that caused a lot of problems with people
How-
understanding what they're watching.
Have I not found the boss yet? And how have you guys not triggered a slow-mo on me?
Damn it.
Oh, I see a chest over there. Slow-mo! No! There's a chest over there! Slow-mo, please! No! Yes!
Have you perished?
You dead. Maybe it was a skill issue.
Maybe it was.
Oh my god, Dice just complete 100 quests. Oh no.
It's a lot of quests. I don't know. I'm not feeling too strongly about this one. Don't feel like
But
my
yeah, like,
loot is going very well.
I will say, I think today was perfect. And like exactly what I needed to.
Oh, well, that's good.
Um,
Oh my god, I didn't... I really gotta chill out with the damn mountain shrines. I didn't realize I had found 2 of them before the first boss even spawned. So I'm at, like, the 7-minute
telling
mark, and I have 3 goddamn scorpion ussies. Please,
yeah,
no.
I'm telling you, man, you
Please,
gotta stop with
please.
those.
But they're so good.
Don't touch them until second stage, is my ruling right now.
See, I can more reliably take them out on the first level than I can the second. Because my struggle has been that I can't seem to keep up my damage
Yes.
scaling into the final
Second
boss.
It is notoriously hard.
Because it's, like, so much more health.
It is
deal
not
with.
just a you, I can say.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Okay, so I need
Man,
275. I can come back with that. I hope.
You know what? Maybe I go back to to Fox. I like Fox.
Yeah, I've been playing as Vlad, being like, I really like Vlad's animations, and the fact that his music is very Castlevania reminiscent, which I could not think of a more fitting person to listen to Castlevania music for 45 hours on end.
I've been struggling to get further than I did with Fox. All these other characters, I have not been succeeding at what I am trying to do. So I'm like, I gotta get something.
Gotta lean
going
into
on
their
here.
strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, well, I guess some of them I'm having a hard time, like, sort of, I guess, identifying the strength that I should be utilizing. Especially
okay, who are you
some
trying
of
to
them.
use?
Well, just been moseying through. Calcium has been going well because calcium is effective.
easy.
Really, the issue I'm kind of having, I think, is actually trying to figure out where the balance lay in doing enough damage. I'm leaning too hard damage because I can't manage to kill the final thing is my main issue. And, like, so I'm not balancing having enough defense right now, and I keep getting myself killed because I'm like, oh, I'll just go harder on the damage. And then I'm like, oop, a mistake has happened and I've gotten myself killed. It's like,
I kind of want to do a thing where you and I have to pick each other's abilities now when we do this, because I feel like I have the exact opposite problem. Of I usually
Really?
I usually go so hard into into damage specifically that I can shred all of the tiny mobs from the get-go. I will like I don't touch the big the mountains, but I will almost always use the difficulty ones because I feel like I have the genuine capability of like knowing how to build to take them out because I've been doing it well enough so far. In fact, I have the Cursed Tome active as we speak now, because I just got it. And the Cursed Tome is literally just a tome that raises difficulty.
Maybe I just need to go, like, actually commit fully to, like, the full damage. Maybe that would help.
No, it won't. I can tell you, because I am having the same issue, where I am struggling with the final boss.
Yeah.
On the second stage. But it's for the other reason of, like, I just can't... Like, I can kill him somewhat fast enough. I know I can do damage to him, but I can't avoid everything, like, every other damage type enough, and I can't regen my health enough in order to, you know, match that properly. Which is why I like Vlad so much, because his whole thing is life leech per level, and I'm like, so I focus on leveling up. That focuses on doing the thing, but also I just got poisoned by Scorpion spawning on top of me, so that kind of one-shot me.
Yeah, because, like, that's one of the challenges is, like, with some of the other ones, I'm just like, I have a specific build that I'd like to make happen, but it's like, man, they're not giving me the things I need to, like, make it happen. So it's like, okay, well, now it's a hodgepodge that's not quite panning out.
It's a challenge of knowing what you have and what to take.
Yeah.
I'm taking Aura right now in hopes for a Brass Knuckle to show up, because that would be really funny.
Hell yeah. I like Aura. That's a...
I don't like it as much as Blood Magic. I love Blood Magic.
I don't actually have Blood Magic yet.
So,
and I have not been paying attention to, like, unlocking stuff today because it has been brain empty chatting streams. So I haven't even looked up to be like, oh, I should grab this. I'm just like, nah. We just roll in.
I think Blood Magic in particular. I'm like, how did I unlock? You have to get the tome to level up.
Which tome?
The
Bloody Tome? The Bloody Tome? I actually have the Bloody Tome right now, so...
Okay, so
you know what, I'm just gonna get that to, like, level... Yeah.
I think it's 12. You unlock Blood Magic.
I'll just push that gap.
And Blood Magic is just, like, a little... I'll have to reread what it does, but the best part about it is there's a 5% chance to permanently increase your health.
Oh, yeah, that would help tremendously.
Yeah, it helps a lot. That and the Life Leech Tome are my two best grabs.
Yeah, well, and honestly, maybe that's some of my issues that I'm running into is because, like, some of the tools to, like, do both offense and defense in, like, a single item are things that I have not quite yet unlocked.
Yeah, like, one of my big ones that I just unlocked was that Brass Knuckle, which is, do more damage when they're close, as a random item you can get out of a chest. And I'm like, so that works, because I can take Aura, I can take my blood, like, I have my Blood Magic. If I grab any sword, which the crit sword helps with actual damage, because you don't have to level up terribly, you just have to level up. I can then just, you know, put a few things into Knockback, for example.
Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow.
Okay, you know what? Maybe I will take a boss one then, so I can actually get more.
Yeah, go for it.
Alright,
go
Shrine
baby,
of the
go
Mountain.
home.
8 minutes, Shrine of the Mountain. Earn money on going around. I found the boots finally. Oh my god.
I would like those. I don't think I have those unlocked either.
I bought them at some point earlier today, and I don't know when, but I love them.
Oh, shit.
I love the concept of them. But yeah, I will say, today was like exactly what I needed, because it's not about the no-brain. I'm not a person who benefits from no-brain personally. In fact, I'm kind of the opposite. I can't ever force my brain to rest. Just doesn't work out.
Yeah, sure.
So, what I was like really, really looking for today was literally just to hang out with someone.
Fair.
I don't care what we talk about. I just want to talk. I just want to hang out with someone like other.
No.
With someone other than my close friend group, I want to have a conversation.
Yeah, no, I definitely get that.
It's like, that's why I said it the way I did last week too, where I was like, "You're streaming with me next week."
It's like, okay.
I need some conversation that's not just my close friends. Oh, two
Oh my
Scorpionuses,
God.
idea.
All of these-
Two Scorpionuses. Oh, this
Fuck.
is field red. Oh my god. Luckily, I'm playing that one who has a good jump height. But yeah, it's also, I was like, I don't care if you or I do play, like, the game in the middle of this, because we don't have to be playing together to have the conversation.
Yeah, we're
And this
just
is
chilling.
very, very good game for being
Okay, there
able
we
to hold a conversation with someone as you play, because even if you are
Yeah,
trying to think of something, the in-between moments are usually what ends up like, being the not make or break of this game, and that's where the most of the conversation happens anyway. So, like, alright, sort of.
Yeah, honestly, like, I don't know how often that context needs filled, but, like, the Vampire Survivor style game that, like, that's almost the best context for them. Because, like, they might not be engaging enough sometimes, like, when it's trying to take your full attention, but, like, man, if you're talking to somebody or doing something else as just, like, a background thing to do, it's great.
You know what other game does that for me a lot lately is I have been a very, very big fan of the game Haste.
Haste. I'm not sure if I've heard of that.
It is a landfall game, so the funny devs who put out a game every April Fools.
No. Too aggressive.
Creator of like Tabs, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator.
Gotcha.
Content warning, those things. They made a game that is literally just about running in a line. The line changes a little bit. You can get items to help you with your running.
Oh, yeah, I think I haven't played it, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like that's the game. That's all it is, and I'm like, perfect. Let me play it for a bit.
Yeah, just simple engagement to sort of like, I don't know, focus attention and not have to worry about stuff too much.
Yeah, for me, it's not even that. It's just idle thing for the hand to do.
Yeah.
I have good enough pattern recognition that I can play these games. Hey, I got bonk, just not make a crit.
I can't see.
Although this is like early enough in a run that I could work towards make a crit and it'd be fine. But yeah, it's like I will out myself here. There will be countless nights where I'm just like in a VC with someone, and I'm saying I'm doing nothing, and I'm like, I'm really just playing Haste.
Fair.
Or like, I haven't started it with this game yet, but this game might slowly take the zeitgeist from me for Haste, because
it feels like it's definitely something that could do that.
It's a more brainless Risk of Rain, and I do really, really enjoy Risk of Rain to the point where that's going to be my next game.
Risk of Rain does require you to actually, like, pay attention.
This game doesn't. I have enough pattern
This game
recognition
does
to know
not.
what this game is.
This game does not, but Risk of Rain is not nearly so brain empty to operate.
Yeah, I think that's why I like Railgunner and Risk of Rain too, is I'm just like, I just play Railgunner, I shoot, I can go over, I win. That's all it is. Well, like, this game is, just as funny, but you can also get to the funnies a little bit faster, and there's still potential to lose after the funnies, so it's like...
Yeah.
I haven't quite broken it the same way I did Risk of Rain, where in Risk of Rain 2 in particular, we have broken it to the point where we have gotten enemies to stop spawning.
Yeah, Risk of Rain, up to this point at least, feels a little bit more controllable, like as far as the chaos. Like there's a little bit more things you can do to set things up. Assuredly, I guess, to be
you can prepare
turbo broken, and this has not shown itself to do that yet. But again, I don't have all the tools at my disposal, so who knows?
I think if I could potentially get any sort of thing that just lets you choose whatever item you want from the list when you open a chest or something, that's when it's like I get to have fun with the game and just do the funny broken.
Yeah.
And then I eventually have to turn it off and be like, okay, time to do normal runs again.
Time to actually engage with the game's difficulty or whatever, but...
Yeah, it's like I've been talking about this more recently lately because Haunted Science is coming to a design
Oh, shit.
close in terms of process, where it's like I'm almost fully done designing everything I need to with Haunted Science. We're almost there.
Uh-huh. Hoi.
Which is like, it's nice, but it's also sad. But it's nicer because it means I still program the game, but I don't have to think so hard on the game
Right.
and its design processes. Oh god, I took a mountain way too early.
Oh, shit.
Did I?
Oh, shit. This is bad.
Maybe I did.
Well, I did the one thing that always, like, is the only thing that can actually be a risk when... Oh, shoot, I forgot what I was doing. Well,
Is there a risk of rain, or...
No, in this, the one thing that I lose track of is freaking time, and I did not find the boss thing, and I'm like, oh shoot, I have 50 seconds. I'm in trouble.
So, there is an item that you will get eventually, just by playing, that I think you will greatly benefit from, the way I do, if you can actually get it in a chest. It is a yellow, but it's every time you get hit, there's a chance to slow down time. And you do times 2 damage during the slowing down of time.
I got that one for, like, when it's, if you're below 50% health. Is it that
I think
one?
it might be the same yellow. Which I guess that does also make it a little harder in that you have to actually like be survivable under 50% HP.
Yeah. I don't know where the boss is. I'm deeply in trouble. How did
I think
not...
the one funny that I really need to like get going again, that I think I will always be able to easily break but haven't broken properly again, is just the projectile number.
Dude, I had a crazy projectile number.
I know, it made me
a
jealous.
bit ago. It's crazy. Oh, I'm so screwed.
Ooh, projectile would benefit from the projectile number if I can actually get the thing.
I'm cooked.
Yeah, it's like the two that I really want to build together, but I'm trying to like actually find the two tomes back to back, or in the same run, is having the sword and blood magic, and then getting attack speed and projectile count. Because then it's either you kill them in one hit, or you gain HP off of a quantity tome. Speak of the devil. See, it is a superpower.
The quantity tome is one of the best tomes, I think.
So, I found out...
I mean, unless you're running a build that just doesn't have projectiles, but, you know.
There is a reason why it is the best tome, easily. And it's how it does its math is the quantity tome is the base quantity of projectiles.
Right.
So, when you have a quantity tome that says you have a base of 6 projectiles, and then you have a weapon that adds 2 to those projectiles, you are getting 12 projectiles off of that weapon. In the end.
Is it? I think it's an additive one. I think the projectile tome is a plus.
It is the base level of projectiles for you. I have gone through and confirmed this via the Aegis that you can get.
Those are expensive.
If you get Aegis, by default, you have 2 shields. Projectile Tome will bring you to 4. Getting another quantity up on the actual Aegis will bring you to 6.
Yeah.
So it is a multiplicative in some way. I don't think it's like an exact like times number multiplicative, but it definitely is a base multiplicative equation of some kind. And I only know this because of how many hits I took with Aegis that one time, where I think I had like a quantity tome of level 10 and an Aegis of level 10. I don't remember because I don't remember exactly how many of each of the editions were purple or yellow or whatever, but I know it was some stupid high number of hits before I even saw that I took any damage. I need to start making my way to the boss arena if there's 3 minutes left and I have no movement speed.
Ow.
A swarm incoming.
Do I
Excuse
want
me,
this? I
Swarm.
don't
You
think I do.
guys went the exact way. Oh my god, I hate you. I went to go touch an Easter Island head so I can get an extra
Okay.
item and continue my run a little bit longer because it was also next to like a challenge try that I was like, oh, an item plus that will just help me with the morning things. And the moment I went to go up to it, I got the issue of a swarm spawned, and then they decided to all swarm the actual thing that I was trying to get to.
Ah, yes.
And I was just like, cool, thanks.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Thanks for that, guys.
Alright, I'm gonna play as Vlad, and I'm gonna try to do what I was gonna do earlier and actually use pots for once.
No.
If I could get them, because pots are surprisingly good. They take a build to get there, but they are surprisingly fucking good.
Which pots are you talking about? The poison
Potions, yeah.
The poison potions?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I just refer to them as pots because that's what they are.
Well, I wasn't sure if there was another type of pots that was hidden in the things that I hadn't yet unlocked. So
yeah, I don't know if there is or isn't. I know that pots will also unlock you the funniest character of all.
Oh yeah.
Because this thing is actually probably the most broken for endgame. He looks like a Backrooms character, but his name is Amog. Oh, thank you for the raid, Snowy.
Uh-huh.
I've been raided. We've been boarded.
Huzzah.
So yeah, he looks like a Backrooms character, but his name is Amog. His whole passive is when you kill someone who has poison affecting them, it spreads in an AoE.
Damn. Yeah, because I noticed very quickly that the poison stacks, which that's really the integral part of
late game.
that whole business. Yeah, because like early on, it's like the damage is 1, and then you get the duration up, and you're like, I see.
Yeah, or you get honestly, projectile count is also really funny for pots and throwing them out.
Yeah,
because you do yeet them out as you would have random thrown potion. Yeah, okay, I died on that. I don't know if I want to try Amog right now or not, but I'm like, I would like the poison spreading thing, and I don't know if it's only on him. Let me go read the stuff then, maybe. Poison enemies explode on death, poisoning nearby. Yes. Why is there so many skins for Amog?
Damn it.
Okay, I'm gonna play Amog then, because he has the extra funny challenge, apparently, of just kill 100,000 enemies as him.
That is several.
Oh, it makes sense, though, because he has a poison spread, so killing them faster is going to be his specialty. Ah, he's spreading the plague, and we're incentivizing it. I see.
Bruh.
I caught you in your act game.
This run is not going well. Like nothing is. It just feels like I am not building up towards anything at any appropriate speed right now.
Man, I have to say, I saw people using Fire Trail to become funny, and I'm like, I don't think it's good.
I had one... Oh, I got my ass blasted. I had one run go pretty strong with a Firewalker, It's like once
I
it
guess
got
you
big
need-
enough and
Yeah, I
frequent
guess you
enough,
need.
it was
Yeah, I
like
guess you need like duration with it so that the poison or the fire bit lasts
yeah,
longer.
duration helps. The size got truly wacky, and then if the projectile count goes up, you're just like stacking them on top of each other. It can get some. Okay, so if I want to try to track
42
down
coin.
some poison, who would work nicely with poison?
Anyone who has anything to do with like a large number of projectiles, because you can
That's
then just get moldy
true.
cheese and spam the attack speed and projectile count, and those two alone will also extra extend you.
Yes. Honestly, calcium would be a strong choice for that, I think.
Yeah, you can move around fast. You throw out the bone to boomerang to more enemies to hit for poison too.
Yeah. All right, give me the pots. I want them
Well,
pots.
do you have pots unlocked?
I do have the pots unlocked.
Okay. Yeah, I'm playing as a mob right now, trying to like.
Yeah, I do not have the guy that the pots unlock.
Yeah, I'm playing as him right now, seeing if I can do the broken funny myself. Oh. Oh no!
A
Because I
sick
have blood
quantity
magic.
tome out the gate.
That's going to be so funny. I just got the life. My first tome was the life leech tome.
I lucked out, and my first tome was the quantity tome, which really works out for me.
I think the one I would want to see as Amog is actually probably a damage tome as well, because that'll increase the base pot damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's just per tick, and then you get duration up a little bit. Oh, no, don't do this to me. I got stuck in a combo, and
work.
therefore didn't even get close to making it to the end of the first stage.
Yeah. Show me the pots. I'm holding out for them.
Holding out for near the end of the night. She's gotta have pots, and they gotta be
Oh my
fast.
god, you're so durable.
And they gotta explode in the fire.
None of those are the things that I want.
I need a potion. One of the things.
Go.
I don't know where I was going with that, but I lasted a lot longer than I thought I was going to.
Well, good job. All right, looking for pots, and we're looking for moldy cheese. We need moldy cheese.
Yep. There's also a really funny you can get later. That is the gas mask. Gas mask is an item that you might not have unlocked and might have to buy.
I do not. Hey, it's a
Okay.
poison flask. All right,
So-
I got what I wanted.
That one is the good chest item you would be looking for later, because what it does is every time you poison an enemy, you get a little bit of shield.
Yeah, that would help.
And I think it's like a temporary health increase. I'd have to find the item again to read it, but with you spreading poison as much as you can with bots and
Yeah, that would add up.
Yeah, and then put it on Amog, who can then spread that a lot faster.
Okay.
And especially on Amog, when you want to have those like enemy number increases, like the difficulty tweaks. Because the difficulty tweak and seeing like even a massive horde of enemies is kind of just encouraged on Amog.
Yeah, I imagine so. Up,
Oh no!
Man, the big benefit with calcium is just being able to
No.
find shit because you're just like, I'm actually fast.
Yup, and that's the problem being a monk here, is that I'm not actually avoiding these enemies as much as I need to be, please. Please.
All right, now the question becomes, what defensive tome should I grab? Perhaps the first one that comes up is the right answer, but
It'll just hard.
yeah.
Alright, let me find this item so I can play with those, though. There's 2 poison items that work really, really well with Amon.
Quantity,
Oh, and they're both
damage.
purple, so you know they work.
Do I... all right, well, I didn't get the opportunity to get a defensive tome, so we're just going to be a lunatic instead.
Okay, so here's why Amon is funnier. With this. Gas mask, gain armor and lifesteal for every enemy afflicted with poison.
Wow, yeah, that'll do it.
And then there's also an additional one you can get of Toxic Barrel, release toxic waste upon taking damage, poisoning all nearby enemies. And yeah, on Amon, you spread duration. That's like the big one you need, and you just fire out as many of those pots as you can with as high of a value as you could possibly find, so that when they do stack and die to it, then...
Nice, I got moldy cheese.
Ooh, Sias works for pots too. I can take that from a shrine. Also nice and moldy cheese.
Yep. Things are coming together. I have a little concerns around my defensive options, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, did you... I don't know if I told you this or not yet, Poe, but once Haunted Science is, like, done, has been, like, done, the next project is Pizza Rogue officially.
Excellent.
I think Haunted Science will give me the multiplayer knowledge I needed and was missing in order to make it work.
That's exciting.
And I think that's the point where I then, where I am just ready to go. And I'm like, okay, it's time to make a multiplayer roguelike experience.
Well, I hope that goes well.
I hope so too. Oh, come on, you give me a purple and got me all hyped up, and then you give me the fucking thorny shield?
I just got the thorny shield. What an incredible coincidence.
Like, give me the one that at least gives me armor before you give me the armor thing.
Yeah, true. Wow, I've had good luck with the poison flask building base damage here.
It works pretty well.
Well, like, that's what keeps coming up for the upgrades, which is proving to be very helpful. Yeah.
8% duration. Don't mind if I do. Oh, I think it is worth noting too that you really got to pay attention sometimes to, if you want to go like as funny hard as to what I did, where it was like top 18% of players or whatever. You really do have to pay attention to the, not the actual numbers per se, but the type of numbers it gives you. Because there is a difference between a percentage and a number.
Yeah.
In that, like, my pots, for example, I just got pots that go from...
Nice.
Well, I'm playing it, so I start with pots, but my upgrade on pots went from 3 to 4 seconds. Then I also got a shrine to increase duration by 4%, which then means it takes the 4% of the potion duration and applies it for that long instead. And so, like, if you see something that's a percentage number versus a second number, it's like, the second number is technically the better one at first. Or I guess it's depending on, like, how long the second is and what the percentage is.
Yeah, it's all about balancing those out eventually. Essentially, you want to be doing both of them eventually because it's all about diminishing returns when you're working with numbers that interact like that.
I mean, it could be, or you could just be about doing a funny and building it that strong. That's gonna kill me.
Well, it's what I mean
Scorpion
is like
dominate.
if you have a base value that you can increase by a flat value as well as a percent, doing both of those things ultimately is the most beneficial. Because focusing on one forever, you'll eventually be missing out.
Yeah, but you definitely need one over the other at least to start.
Yes. Flat values early on are better.
Do I have any other duration weapons? Oh, tornadoes.
Holy shit. There's so many. I skipped 2 boss curses. They were available. I didn't press them, but that I think would have meant I spawned 5 of them, and I didn't want to do that, so I didn't, because that's too many.
Hey, Poe, congratulations! You're learning restraint on on the mountains.
Well, 3 is kind of enough.
Hey, you're learning restraint is all that I said, and
Yep.
I hold true to that.
A little bit of restraint, just a little bit.
You have learned restraint, or at least what it is.
Oh shit! I may have upped the difficulty a little bit too much because there might be a little too many of these here scorpions.
Do you see what I mean with like the second level and why it's a little bit easier to like manage though?
In some ways, but I kind of was. A lot of times I was able to utilize sort of the terrain a little bit better in the first one to like get out of trouble.
Oh, I think it's so much easier on this one when the slopes are so subtle that you can like jump and angle yourself at whatever angle you want. You can b-hop in this game.
Yeah,
if you,
but
like, actually like try it anyway, or if you actually like.
The other one is just like if you could jump off of like a cliff, and especially if you had enough jumps to be able to like cross chasms, you could really get out of
I think the problem
for
with
a bit.
I think the problem with that one in my mind was that you then also have to be able to go back up sometimes.
True. Yeah,
and that's not always as easy.
It is not. That is the risk of the other side of that, for sure.
This one is like I can go back up a lot easier than I can go back or than I can on the forest one. Okay, I threw hard that map, but also I took a luck tome and the game just didn't give me that luck because I got nothing that I wanted to see.
Ooh. Hey, I got the Speed Boy. Upon taking damage, will 50% max HP, slowdown time, and deal 2x damage. Hooray!
Oh, there you go. That one. That's what I was referring to earlier. The slowdown time.
Yep. I just picked it up. That will hopefully help me. Hey, another spiky shield. It's really not what I need, but sure.
Why is there a giant scorpion after me? Oh, because he's a challenge trying to hit right at the start. Moldy cheese, let's go. For our first item, moldy cheese is pretty good. Oh, here we go. I need $68. Gotcha.
Ow. Ow. Oh my god! Infinite range lasers. Damn you.
Yeah, that's the thing that kills me the most.
God. Oh, they just freaking lock on your ass. Oh, don't kill me like this. Not like this.
It's over.
It's not. Oh, it's not quite over. Campfire, save me.
I don't see the use in Campfire right now because I just don't have the other like synergies, I guess.
It can just sometimes save you. And I mean, it's not like, it's it's not taking up a space or anything. It's just you can have it, and then at least if you stand still, you can try to get yourself out of trouble. Stupid keys. That is the thing that I care about least.
I think if they're early enough, they're good. Later on, yeah, they suck.
Yeah, early on, I suppose they can be helpful.
If you get like 5 of them right away, you've set yourself up for 100% chest success. I haven't even opened the chest yet,
Holy
which is perfect because that means that's my first 2% luck increase. Oh no! Why would you do this game? My second enemy type is the stupid roly bone boys, and I don't have movement.
Well, enjoy your bone, boys.
No, I won't. Yeah, I did. I died. I can't enjoy them.
There's a healing guy over here.
I don't think if there's anything major to talk about, news-wise or anything like that. But I'm like,
Well, I mean, generally,
a lot of discussion already.
Yeah, I mean, generally, my curiosity is what your prospects are looking like for the TwitchCon at this point.
Oh, I'll be there.
We never updated him, did we?
Oh, that's good though. Awesome.
So there is a slight chance I'm not there.
I meant to let you in last year, and you wasn't even fine.
I know.
If anything, you visited less this year, so they should be more likely, more inclined to let you in.
I am always and will always be of the mindset of hope for the best, assume the worst.
Uh-huh.
I believe I will be fine, Poe, and should be there. But there is a potential situation in which I'm not there. Purely because, so I went on land to I went via land border to see Snowy one too many times for a few too many months.
Yeah.
And as a result, I have been they always ask you, have you ever been denied entry or whatever, and I am now legally obligated to say yes because they have it on record. They can just fucking search it and check.
Right.
And at a certain point, it will go away.
Oh, does it?
Eventually.
5 years sort of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those you're in their system until their system says you're no longer in their system sort of vibe. But so as a result, Poe, there is always technically a potential risk that I get denied again.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know what the freaking government shutdown holds in store for that.
Separate anyway.
Separate processes.
Yeah.
What's more so the potential case is getting in is technically a case-by-case basis for me now, of it just depends on the person in the day. But I'm going by plane, and I'm going to be arriving to the airport at its literal opening time. So it'll be one of those things where yeah, they're gonna be fresh on the job, just starting out, and I should be able to make the case that I'm going there for a weekend. It's not like I'm gonna be staying the entire time.
Oh, I have made a terrible error. I had a good run going, and then I accidentally activated the boss portal because I was trying to break a vase next to it.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops indeed. Now I'm dealing with this shit.
Oh, have you floated the idea of the comic voicing the Poe at all?
Oh, no, I haven't really drawn that by Poe because I wasn't really thinking about it properly, but it could.
What's that?
So we're trying to make Haunted Science also a comic because Snorri
I
wants to work
see.
on a comic, and this is the
Understandable.
best. I guess you could say like what do they call it? Like meet in the middle sort of vibe of. I end up writing and doing like the hard details of the comic. She ends up just getting to draw, and that's all she
Right.
wants to do. She does like giving her inputs and coming up with the ideas a little bit here and there. But one of the things I really like the idea of is a what you call it, like a one-page comic that you can also then read over for like a YouTube short.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
And I was like, yeah, we could potentially get like the actual Gamecast to do some of those shorts for like little funnies.
That's
Like,
true.
some people just actually get their entire comic also just voiced. It is a thing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Just
Oh,
comic
speaking
dubbed.
of, hey Snow, you like reading manga?
What?
Go read Homestuck at some point. It's still available.
Oh, it's like 10,000 pages.
It is.
Yeah.
Go read it at some point.
Is it good though, or is it like I should know this because it's a landmark in internet culture sort of deal?
I will say, I think what it's going to be, what this is really going to come down to, is how you take this next statement. In that, it will be to you what One Piece is to me.
I see. But how are you enjoying One Piece?
It's fine. I'm gonna put on in the background.
Okay, so it sounds like I should finish Kaiju number 8 first.
Yes, 100%. I love Kaiju. That was so much better.
Uh-huh.
But also, it wasn't written by a child.
Uh-huh.
This could work.
Yeah, I don't know how up to date you are with like certain indie animation studios, Poe, of like the whole Busy Pop and Glitch and
Very
whatnot.
not.
Yeah. So, have you read any of Homestuck before?
I have not, no.
You will not like the show.
He's so out of this guy.
I'm too old for this shit.
No, it's fine. It's just
I'm not actually. It's just
I was like,
outside
you're
of
not
my
that old, are you?
circle. I'm not that old, but I am pretty old for or at least I feel old for the scene that I find myself in.
I will say, I think that's the biggest challenge with these indie scenes is that all of them are like targeting, unintentionally even targeting youth,
Yeah.
and it's not helping their case. Like, I will say specifically Digital Circus. It took me a while to come around to it, but once I got into Digital Circus, I'm like, it's pretty good. It bases itself off of stuff you would really like. You put in particular too would really like, because the entire story is the like artist's interpretation on I have no mouth and I'm a scream.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's a very you book.
Never actually
So, like,
read it.
What it's about though, at least, right?
I think so.
Possibly
not, actually.
Dystopian future, sentient AI traps 5 scientists who worked on him, tortures them for eternity because they made him.
That does, in fact, sound like my sort of thing. That is correct.
Yeah, it is very up your alley. If you haven't actually even read the thing, I would also highly recommend that, because it's really fucking good. And even if you just, like, do it as an audiobook at work or something, you'll like it.
You know, on the subject of manga, somewhat unrelated, but only related in the sense of manga. So I was poking around looking for another like a manga to read yesterday, and it was sort of interesting because I suddenly stumbled across like one of those things that like sort of like people will just be like bounce you off. And it was a thing that like happens so frequently in mangas that I suddenly had a more clear picture of like, oh, I hate when this happens. And it was like,
What,
I realized
what in
one of
particular were you referring to? Yeah.
yeah. So this thing is like, I realized it happens a lot, and it's the issue of, oh, I stopped for 2 seconds and then got myself killed. It's that issue where like it happens a lot in more comedic focused manga. But it feels like a trap when they make any kind of plot point, right? And then for the punchline, by like the end of that chapter, they immediately like go back on that plot point like it never mattered. Like, why did you even bring that up? And it's, broadly speaking, I realized it, like there's this sense of like distrust with the plot points they try to bring up. So this specific manga, what it was is trying to restart a like a cafe with some folks, and whatever, blah blah, romance, stupid, somewhat comedic, blah blah, teenagers, and
Aw.
it gets to the point where like, oh, they're hard up for money and they're trying to get started, and it turns out, oh, the main character had been doing stock investment here, got some money out, and like now he's able to pay the people who's starting to work there, and it's like, isn't that great? And then by the end, like blah blah wackiness happens, and it's like, oh yeah, that company that you'd invested in just went bankrupt, and you know,
Oh,
your stocks are out. And he's like, oh, I better sell those right now. And it's like, oh, by the way, I accidentally broke your computer, so you can't get on there and do that right now. And it's like,
okay.
I
So,
already assumed that he would, like, they were hard up on money. Why did we have to go through this rigmarole of being like, oh, look, he's got some money that he can pay people with. Never mind, he has no money again. It's like, why did we do
so
that?
what you have experienced is something really funny, because this doesn't just happen with that plot point; it happens with others. And there is
Oh, I know it
actual-
does.
There is an actual term for when what I'm about to like explain happens, because it happens so often. So what you have experienced is called the Futurama effect.
Ha!
The reason being, there are really popular sitcoms and comedies that will make these sorts of bits a episode or something, right? Like, for example, the exact one you have given me is a Futurama episode where Fry like realizes Fry decides to go to his bank, and he's been frozen for like 3,000 years. So with interest, his stuff is like $50 billion or some shit.
Right.
But then at the end of it all, too, he just like loses it all to someone scamming him via pretending to like be his employer and asking him what his PIN number is.
Yes. So
there's a difference in that. There's an experience. So
yeah.
There is a bit that actually happens with this, and it's what you are experiencing now. So it's not the fact that that exists as a whole. Like, it's not the fact that that happens in comics.
Right.
If what happens is someone popularizes that in comics and or in media in general, in a comedy short, in a special, in like a sitcom, literally anything, they will popularize it in some medium. As a result, someone else will like it enough to try to do the same. Because, and this is like the thing that I also usually follow with the Futurama effect that always exists of, if it can make you laugh, someone else will too. That's the it's kind of a core principle for like anything of like, if you like something, with how many people there are in the world, odds are there's a lot of other people that like it too. You just need to find your right audience. But the Futurama effect in particular is referred to when that goes poorly.
Well, see, so my issue with it is a little bit more nuanced, because I don't mind that Futurama does that, and it's a matter of context, because, and I mean, honestly, there's nothing wrong with it being in a manga either, but like, My problem is that manga typically are trying to actually build a long-running narrative, whereas something like Futurama isn't really. So, like, being episodic is fine to me in that context, but then, like,
I would
something like a
disagree to
manga
point.
that's
Ah,
building
shit.
something, because it's also not
Small
just
boss.
like, but yeah, like when they spend so much time building a point and then immediately taking it out is something I hate that manga does frequently, and to such an
So-
extent that like they will have a selling point for, like, I remember most specifically there was a manga that I was interested in that was like the main character was blind. Like, that was the thing. The main character was
Oh,
blind,
you
and
talked
like
about
they
this,
mentioned it.
yes.
Yes. And by
Yeah,
like
you talked about this.
the third or fourth chapter, he was just magically cured. And I was like, what was the point
Aw.
of that?
Yep.
And it's just like that happens so
Aw.
much in manga where they're like, here's a plot point, but it's not going to matter later. And I'm like, why should I believe you about any plot point you want to put in front of me if you're so willing to simply pull it out at any given point in time?
No.
And like, for a straight comedy like Futurama, that's fine. I don't care. Like, that's not why I'm there. I'm not there for the plot. But in a manga that they're building a narrative about getting somewhere, I'm like, I don't trust you to tell me things anymore. Like, you're just making shit up.
I think the difference in that one is literally just the context of manga is a little harder to grasp because so I didn't know this for a long time, but Snowy eventually pointed it out to me of manga in particular is almost always beholden to a 7-chapter rule of they have to have 7 chapters per book, no more, no less.
Right, for the volumes.
And then it's a certain number of pages to the chapter.
Right.
What can
They're very
definitely
formulaic
happen,
in that sense.
Yeah, what can definitely happen if you aren't careful is there is definitely 2 types of manga. One that will continue to the next book, and one that will be done after that book. And when you get the latter, it's a little hard to tell that that's what they're trying to achieve, because they'll try to do something like... A big one, for example, is Snowy's take, actually, on the newest... I watched the anime, not read the manga, but it's Sakamoto Days. Which I have something else I can bring up after that really bothers me about Sakamoto Days. But in that, when Snowy was reading, she actually didn't get that far, all things considered, because she felt it very like episodic, bit to bit. But watching the sitcom, I'm like, I thought that was supposed to be the context that I was grabbing, and that it was a episodic with an overarching plot that happens every couple of episodes. You get the overarching plot instead of the episodic plot. Like every episode, someone needs to try to kill him. Then eventually you get to the episodic plot or the overall plot, and then that slowly takes over bit by bit. And I think that what happens is in manga, it's sometimes hard to differentiate what mangas are trying to do what in terms of their whole writing style. And that's where
I agree. Yeah, and it's not to say that like that is objectively bad if a manga does that. It's just like that's one of those things that I've noticed myself being like, this manga's not for me, because it's just like, oh, this is one of those. I'm like, okay, that's good, that's fine.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's like, it's not for you, but it is still a thing that definitely can happen, and happens way more than you would think.
Yeah. Yup.
Because like originally, I had the same kind of... I had the reverse with Kaiju number 8. I thought Kaiju number 8 was supposed to be episodic, and then I started, like, fully watching and reading the thing, and I'm like, no, this really is just the back-to-back story adventure, right? Like,
no, it's a shonen battle anime.
it's just a... Well, it's... The bit is, though, that they don't do the episodic style. They really do just end up doing the story beat to story beat, because there's little parts in between all the story notes, and, like, the overarching plot is something they will constantly bring up, reference, talk about. They don't usually introduce something just to get rid of it. Like, no one, not once, were they ever like, this person has a super unique mega gun, but only they can use it, and then decide to give it to someone else. That was like an inherent point that they stuck to. And that's what ended up making me realize, oh, okay, so this isn't episodic, this is an adventure. Gotcha. And I think the key difference in like finding a manga that's right for you is definitely like figuring out which of those you belong to.
Yeah,
And
for
just
sure.
enjoying it in
Or what you're
space.
in the mood for, or
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly.
Yeah. All right.
But-
It is getting late. I think it is going to be time for me to wrap it up for the day, though. I've been cooking for about the 4 hours, and I'm
That's right.
hungry.
There was
I am hungry.
very quickly, I want to know how annoying you find this as well.
What's that?
So, the name of the anime and manga is very clearly Sakamoto. His name is Sakamoto. They pronounce him as Sakamoto. Everyone calls him Sakamoto, right?
Uh-huh.
The very end of the theme song says Sakamoto Days.
You just
I
this is the same thing as what. So apparently, that's a pretty common like native English pronunciation of Sakamoto because wait, this is not the first time this has happened.
but like,
Can you say how they pronounce it again?
okay, so there's two
Sakamoto?
different
Sakamoto?
Yeah, there's like the actual pronunciation is Sakamoto. Their pronunciation is Sakamoto.
So that's spelled like Sakamoto, like
I
Sakamoto.
believe that's exactly how you spell it.
Yep.
Bro, that's a pretty wacky way to say that. Sakamoto?
Yeah.
Like,
So this happens in Persona 5 as well, where we decided to listen to the English translation for once. And
It's just English dub, man.
English dub. And it's so annoying because like I'm trying to remember exactly how they pronounce all the stupid ones. I know it's the easiest one is
Takamaki.
yeah. There's like the last name of a character is Takamaki, and they're just like, "Hi there, Takamaki," and I'm just like,
I'm trying to like, I'm
Gross.
trying to understand if I have simply heard enough Japanese to not be an idiot in that regard, or if like, I can't imagine trying to pronounce that word like that. Like, even just
I
like,
know people who have said manga for the longest time, and I'm just like, no.
I mean,
Which is a
that's
little
at
bit
least
more
like,
understandable because we have the word mango.
yeah, like,
Yeah.
okay, like a slight correction, but sure, but like, to put
I
the
don't think-
emphasis in like Sakamoto, like, that's wild to me. Like, why?
also think
What
it's
other
even-
word is like that?
I also think it's even worse when we're talking about the pure English dub. Like, I didn't change from dub to sub in any point. The dub itself also refers to the man in the episode as Sakamoto.
Yeah, that's like somebody was not
And
involved in directing at some point that needed to be like, oh wait, hold on.
Yeah, and then the actual same dub of the same show has the theme song end in. Like, it's even worse that it doesn't come up in the actual name of the thing, and if it does, I can't tell that they're pronouncing it wrong during the actual theme song too. But it makes it so much worse to me when it's like the last two things you hear are the wrong pronunciation of the thing every single
Yeah.
time the opening starts, and I'm like, please, my guy, I know I just
Yeah.
returned to watching this, and Netflix is deciding I'm gonna listen to the theme song again, and I'm okay to listen to the theme song because it's a pretty good one. But just
Except
pronounce
for-
the fucking name right.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
single
pretty wild.
name. I get
Yeah,
so
that's-
mad at it. It makes me so
That's pretty
like,
weird.
I think it
It's
makes
the
me-
little things. Like, why would you do that?
I-
We could just not do that.
I'm like, what's the term? Like, unjustifiably heated to hear this stuff.
Sure. I frequently have that feeling about trivial stupid shit where I'm like, I am so upset. Like I'm so irate. I have no right to be this irate, but god damn it I am. Like I know
Like
the
for me,
feeling.
it's just for me, it's just that mispronunciation of names between like. It's even. I think it also makes it worse in Persona 5 because we've been playing through Persona 5, or we finished now it's playing through Persona 5 Strikers, and they pronounce the new characters' names correctly.
Oh yeah, it's really long too. The heckin' Zenkichi Hasegawa. They said they say Hasegawa correctly, which is the real question mark there.
They say
Yeah, that's true.
properly. And
Okay, that one, I don't know how else you would say that one though.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how you're supposed to fuck up Takamaki. Like, how do you say Takamaki?
I don't know.
I will say technically we always say Makoto, very English.
Okay, but Makoto is also like even in Japanese. Like when I hear Japanese people say Makoto, they also say very English half the time, and I'm like, I just don't know anymore which is supposed to be which, so I kind of gave up.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think where that one comes from. It's when it's like a very clear difference between the Japanese and English pronunciation, where you're just like, who gave you the idea that this is how you say that?
It's funny that it's consistent though, because it was two different voice actors that said Sakamoto, and you were like, oh.
Yeah.
Who gave you this instruction?
Okay, who was the guy in the room telling you how to do this laugh?
That's why it's like I think it's like extra bad in terms of the song because I'm like, did they really just not correct them on how to make the song and then listen to it? And we're like, that's fine, not being like,
we're not gonna re-record that. That's fine.
The other like extra wrong part is that it does technically end to try to be on beat with it, but it doesn't at all match up. So it's like the way they say it is they're like Sakamoto days, and that's how they're supposed to end the thing. And I'm just like the way they match up the beat to those last two notes to also how they say it, it makes it extra unjustifiable because I'm like, someone did not listen to this.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's like I can see what they were trying to go for. Yes, it's clear that they had a goal in mind, and that's why they pronounce it that way. It's maybe.
Yeah, because like it's a little more justifiable in music because a lot of stuff gets pronounced weird in music to fit. But if it doesn't fit, of course, then it's like, well, you missed.
The problem is it not only doesn't fit, it makes it extra not fit, and you're just like, what's wrong with you? Ooh.
All right.
Who gave you this?
I must depart. For I must sleep and eat.
Yeah, I'm gonna be finishing up my run here, and then this is my final run for the day. I'm just also doing a really big funny right now, and actually like keeping things off of me as Amog for once.
Yeah. Well, good job. Thanks for hanging out. It's been fun.
I appreciate you hanging out as well, especially since it was a weird, like, a very weird request to be like,
hey, that's no problem. It's fun.
Let's just go chat.
We had a good time. All right. I will talk to you later.
Bye.
You as well, Snowy. Bye.
I said I finish up this run and I'm done streaming.
I'm getting ready for bed.
I know. Oh, I am missing a weapon, which is even funnier that as Amog, I'm missing a weapon and still doing this, like, well. Oh, hey, Swarm. Hey, oh, of course, it's an Among Us reference. The thing I just got was for killing enough enemies as Amog. It was a red skin for the character. The name in particular was Sus Amog.
Ah. Yep.
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 Yeah, it tracks.
Guy in a hazmat suit, you know? It checks out.
Guy in a hazmat suit has a name like Amog of all things too.
hmm
Like it's definitely close to Among Us, just not on on beat the same. Oh, Amog, please hit him with the potions and fire walking. Ooh, a shop. Gas mask. That man had a gas mask and another thing for sale, so I took the gas mask. And it's not helping me yet, but it will eventually. Oh, there we go. I saw a yellow bar start to show up. You can nuke that scorpion back there. Hey! Level completed. I don't know if I'll be able to, but my goal is to maybe actually hit level 3 for once on this. Because I have 3 different debuffs on this build and a knockback.
Wow. I go brush teeth real quick.
Uh-huh. I think I don't have to like actually pay attention to the knockback as much as I do the debuffs. I will eventually, but the debuffs are the big one that's going to keep the enemies dying fast. Okay, before a boss shows up, I take 1 duplicate boss, and that should maybe help me build up throughout the run too. Purple Toxic Waste! 1% damage per kill though is not bad, I'll take it. Ooh, yellow. Hey! Stay close enough to them that I can spread their poison. And extra damage, let's go. Ooh, that hurt. Oh no. A moldy cheese, that's going to be funny. Okay, so I actually do want to increase my difficulty every chance I get now, gotcha.
You know those like those like grid things we had at TwitchCon?
Hmm.
Yeah, people were like, people are trying to look for them for their own displays, and I was like, oh, I have an extra. Uh, and I just clicked on like the closest, the most recent message that I saw, and I replied to them, and then I just see someone else like a couple minutes
Asking the same
after I was
thing.
like, hmm?
Asking the same thing or whatever, being like,
Yeah, but no, what they did was they made a forum post in the discussion forum, restating that they're looking for it. Not in the Gen chat where they already said they were looking for it. They made a separate post in another section of the same server,
oh, it's the same
reiterating that they're
person?
no different person.
Oh, okay, I
But
was
their
gonna
message
say.
was like 2 messages up from the person I replied to because it was further in the past.
I see.
Yeah.
Unfortunate
I think
timing.
we only got 2, right?
Yeah, we only had two, one for each side.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because I'm like, one goes for the keychains, and the other one I'm giving away now. So.
Oh, we're not gonna use it? Like we did last time?
No, we didn't use it. I literally like went to my display. I looked at it from last year, and I just see it leaning against the wall. So I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna repeat that, but make it a little bigger and like put more things on the countertop. So we don't really need it.
I see.
Yep. So I don't think they gave us enough clips anyway. Otherwise, we would have like propped it up properly, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll bring the big stand and everything because I would prefer the
No,
prints be
we did.
closer.
I know we did have enough clips to clip it up properly.
We're just too lazy to clip it.
I think you just didn't want to use it for whatever reason, and
Well, it's
as
because
us
if we
were
put
like,
the
oh, I
prints
don't want to
on
put it up.
it, if we put the prints on it on the back wall, it's really far away, and
Mhm.
that's probably why I didn't use them.
See.
Yeah. So we'll just bring the photo stand. We'll do the thing. I don't think I can get a countertop this time though, because no one's offering. Like no one's trying to get rid of their countertops this time.
Because they were really useful last time.
I know, but like like everything will still fit. We'll just have to stack the suitcases to make a table instead.
Oh my god, Amog is really funny here.
The poison doing its job.
Look at my screen.
I'm looking, but I don't know how much I
see.
can really look.
Because of the flashing or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, don't look that much. Just like, I'm telling you, just peek over.
Alright. Putting you on the phone. I'm talking myself in. Finish your run.
Yeah, okay.
Finish
My
your run.
chest. Uh-huh, I'm going to be finishing my run.
Finish your run.
I'm working on it.
Go faster.
I don't know where the
I
boss
can't
is.
even call you because we're in a server.
What?
I was like, I guess I'll join the server from my phone.
Chat experience me on my mobile device.
Yeah, this is average mobile snowy.
Uh-huh.
Oh no! I was in the middle of giving the level ups I would have needed because I found a magnet finally, and I was like, oh, I can magnet and then go hit the boss and move on to stage 3. And a scorpion
Stage 3?
lasered me in the face.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. My brain just like made a connection.
Oh.
So like me and you, we use chat because we're streamers, but like
Mm-hmm.
how much like of streamers do children have to watch to start using chat like the streamers do?
They have to be
Or is
a
it
streamer.
no, but it's like actually used as just like real slang now. Like children
Yep.
will just no streaming involved will just be like chat and then say their sentence.
I guess it's just because
No.
it's meme culture.
Yeah, I have yet to see. I have yet to see a real person do it in the wild, but I hear these things.
I see. Okay. I'm going to
But,
end the stream here.
uh-huh. You can just deafen Stinky.
Well, I'm trying to turn off the controller while I go to defend. Mimi.
Just deafen.
Stinky.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Chad. Tomorrow's Friday. It's the Blink Train. Until then, I hope you all have fun. I hope you all are safe. I just now realized that my video tube disappeared at some point. I don't know when. Probably did that. Nonetheless, what's the? Yeah, have fun. Be safe. Rest well. And of course, as absolutely always, stay ghoulish, my friend.